Good morning and welcome everybody once again here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. We're back to the women's competition this Sunday beautiful morning, and besides me are the captains of Team Charity and Team Mohanga Zebra. We've got Dian Ishimwe and Nzaiturichi Nadine alongside Vicky Prajapati as the match official. Here for the toss, Dian will be flipping the coin first. Heads is a call. Tail it is. Head it is. Nadine winning the toss, what would you like to do first?
But first,
And what sort of a total are you looking forward to putting on this surface here?
100%.
Any changes to your side? All right, all the very best. Thank you very much. Diane, you lost the toss here. Had you won the toss, what would you have opted to do?
We're going to bat first also.
Any changes to your side?
The team played yesterday. It's only one change. Maggie is in and Kati is out.
Looking at the surface here, and you've been sent in to bowl first, what sort of a total would you like to restrict them to?
Anything below 100, it would be a very good score.
All right, thank you very much. All the very best. So that's the report from out here in the middle. Mohanga Zebras winning the toss and opting to bat first.
Right, a lovely morning to you all. This is the Rwanda Women's T20 Cup 2026. It is game number 13 and day 4 of the tournament. Mohanga Zebra looking forward to take on Charity Women's Cricket Club. And it is Mohanga Zebra who had won the toss and opted to bat first. Charity Women's Cricket Club, Kiza Emeline Irayena Sonia Flora, Sandrine Isabayo Anifa, Pacific Rosette Sonia Umuringa Vumilia Margaret, Pimenyimana Marie Diane the captain, Ikuzwe Rina and Fabiola. Again, of course, Mohanga Zebras led by Nadine Zaiturichi. Mohanga Zebras asking Charity Cricket Club to go in and have a ball first. Alice Ikuzwe right there with the bat, of course, looking forward to see what she offers this time around. Georgette Ingabire Iradukunda Joyeuse, Nakuzwe Dorian, Francine Tuyisenge Uwaseni Urukundo Tanya, Wimana Diane, the left-arm spinner Uwase Deborah, left-arm seamer, Kyuzo Benita Irekiza Eme Ahian, and Anastasie Mushimimana. Those are the two squads for the two teams. Looking forward to an exciting encounter this morning. And this is Kigali, the Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. And of course, on your screens, Alice Ikuzwe to open the batting for Mohanga Zebra. And on your screens again, Charity captain Diane Marie Bimenyimana to open the bowling. This time round from the road end. Moringa Sonia, normally under normal circumstances, she goes in and bowls the first ball. And this time round, the captain takes charge from the very first ball. And Charity fast ball up, the umpire calls play, and Dian starts off with an opportunity. Of course, the loud appeal, but gets nothing. You could see how much Dian wanted that because she knows it is a big wicket of Kuzwe Alice. And she opens the runs account herself and for the team. It is Kuzwe Alice who gets off the mark. Charity Cricket Club yet and yet to win a game in the tournament. Had a chance to win their first against Sorwate, but didn't get the chance, really didn't get the opportunity to go through. And this time around they will be looking forward to take one against Muhanga Zebras. And right on the pads, and they will just make sure they run just anything in form of runs. They will be happy because again Muhanga Zebras making sure that they put something on board. As the skipper mentioned, anything above 100 they will be happy. They will be coming in later on and defend. And of course the captain Dian saying that anything less than 100 will go after that. But again, keeping in mind that they failed to chase 81 against Sorwate, and they ended up losing the game by 2 runs. By then, the captain wasn't available. Will today make a difference? Will she come in handy this time around? And that's the question to ask, and let's find out. And 2 runs on board, just 1 over. And look at the table standings. Gahanga Queens on top with 8 points. Indato Hampshire with 7 points. And you could see Charity and Indato Maidens at the bottom there. And again, the clash of the Titans this morning on Gahanga A. Indato Hampshire taking on Gahanga Queens. Yet to see who comes out on top, because whoever wins this morning's game will top the table. And of course, Moringa Sonia comes into bowl the second over. And of course, on a lovely Sunday this morning, I won't be here alone. It's going to be a long day, but again, with my brother here, Zaid Khan. Zaid, how are you? And good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Adeline. It's a beautiful, sunny, bright, shiny Sunday morning we've got here, and what a game we've got on our hands. Moringa Sonia just getting started with her run up there. Couple of resets. Just getting her mind and focus into the competition this morning.
Moringa Sonia hasn't done quite a lot in this tournament so far. And of course, looking forward to what she offers. Ring full. Again, 2 straight. Keep asking questions from the word go. And that's what you would that's what you would look for as a seamer.
Yes, definitely. And understanding the task on hand, the captain herself, Nzai Turichi Nadine, being out there in the middle, having faced 3 deliveries. There's a full toss, keeps it on the ground, tries to get off the mark there, nowhere to go, keeping it extremely tight Team Charity here, keeping it as tight as a vacuum early this morning. Nowhere to go. We're into the second over now. Just 2 runs on the board.
And this time round, swing and a miss. And you could see the intent from the captain, Nadine. For sure, she wants to get off the mark, but again, the how part is more important. And again, this time round, opening the batting. Usually, Resurrecting Gabire, that's up in the air, but over the infield. And that will be the first boundary for Nadine and for Gahanga Zebras.
Yeah, it took her 3 deliveries to realize that she's been targeted fuller deliveries. She's been fed fuller deliveries, and this time around, hits it down the ground for 4. Beautiful looking shot. Signs of aggression. And that is more like the Nadine that we're used to watching. Long levers, gets underneath it, gives it the elevation, and with the field restrictions, it rolls onto the boundaries with ease.
Beautifully played there. And a healthy outside edge this time round. Wanting to go again. Ages that one for just a single.
Again, if we're to look at the replay of that particular shot, can ask the media box to just show us a replay of that particular shot. The reason she's getting that thickish outside edge is her downswing is very across the line of her body. Doesn't come straight down the pitch. Almost parallel at some points. So it's very difficult for her to adjust at the final moment when to make impact with a straighter bat.
For sure, you end up doing so. Much fuller. And a full toss. That was Alice. If I remember well, Alice last weekend scoring a 60 against Indata Maidens.
Yeah, that's the delivery right there. You can see it was pitching for late movement outside and again trying to adjust to it. Almost the finest of players are able to capitalize on such opportunities and open the face of the bat and get some better connection. If you don't have a straight bat coming down that way, it's always going to be difficult. Here we have the standings and the results of recent events in the RCA Women's T20 Cup. Seen the Queens winning by 100 runs against Charity. Massive victory that was.
Beautifully flicked, but finding a square leg fielder. Pacific, who does the fielding.
Yeah, into the third over comes the captain Bimenyimana Marie Diane, national team skipper. 9 runs on the board there. And this time around, you can see she's going into the channel of the stumps, trying to keep it tight, not offering any room for the batters to open up their arms.
Captain bowling to the captain, offering width, and you could see the reaction from Frola. Idea of what was about to happen.
Yeah, almost foreseeing things there, Flora. Trying to have an estimate of that movement because Diane surely can move the ball away from the right-hander. Does have the capability and skill to move it back into the right-hander as well. She swings it both ways.
Into the third delivery, and
beautiful delivery, and that is going to be the first wicket. Excellent line and length, and the discipline comes back into play there. First wicket goes down. That will be the end of the captain. Captain to captain.
Right. Well said there, captain to captain. Look at that. Again, looking at that movement. Just a bit of an outswing and went straight into the timbers. And Zaitudi Nadine, 5 of 9, not good enough. Again, maybe too early. I mean, we spoke too early. Yet, I mean, a long way to go for Mohanga Zebras. As we see, the incoming batter should be Darian.
Yeah, from the look of that dismissal, you could tell she was committed to playing a defensive shot way too early and didn't read the line of the delivery coming her way. She knew Bimenyimana was swinging it away from her, and right there she went for that middle stump line, and the ball was swinging onto the top of off. Every coach's dream, delivery for the pace bowlers. Pretty sure you've asked that from your bowlers in recent times.
Of course, you will be very proud seeing bowlers trying out something, and again, trying something and something works out. It's something you would, I mean, you will be proud of. And knowing Diane what she offers, and of course, you would expect that all day long. And Nakuzwe Dorian joining Ikuzwe Alice.
Again, a similar looking shot as that of the captain who just departed. And again, it's that movement that lures the batters to be falling onto middle and leg stump with a straighter bat as the approach of defense. But then the lateral movement, it moves away off the surface as well.
Again, you could see Diane trying to just pitch it on the legs, trying to get that outswinger, try and tempt the batter. But again, as I said, looking at Diane and what she offers, how do you think the batters now would go about the swing? It might not be only Diane, even the other swing bowlers. How do you tackle swing bowlers?
Well, it's always a responsibility upon the top order to get the shine off the newer cherry. Try to get in line with the ball plate as late as possible. Never throw your hands too early and initially play with softer hands. And if your hand-eye coordination isn't something that you rely on, got to play it late and give it a thump. Keep it on the ground. Play grounded shots. Do not go for anything in the air. If you go for anything in the air, make sure you've got good connection onto your blade.
And yeah, well said there. And again, in terms of the footwork, again, the footwork plays a part. When you try so many movements again with the swing, you
And the finger will be raised. Excellent stumping there by the wicketkeeper. In a flash, she takes off the bails. Wicket number 2. Kuzwe Dorian, you spoke about footwork, and she decided to use her footwork against herself. Just the heel coming off the popping crease there. And excellent glove work behind the wickets. Doing that too against a pace bowler. Very, very tight call, but a good call in the end there. So yeah, from the looks of what the captain said, getting to triple digits is going to be a task. 3 overs have gone by, barely getting into double digits is Mohanga Zebras here, and 2 wickets have gone down. And such skill set Flora displaying this morning is the reason why she got a call back into the national side for national duties as well. Oh, loud appeal. Very, very tight call. Did Alice have any bat on that? It was an away swinger. It was the second delivery. First delivery of the fourth over there. A very, very tight call. Have a look at that. She shuffled across the line. Interesting call. But it's been made by the man who can make the calls officially. The rest is all noise and applause. 2 wickets have gone down, 12 runs, plenty of work to be done, and the responsibility lies upon the shoulders of Ikuzwe Alice. She's been in similar conditions and situations in the past, and she's played a pivotal role trying to get her side to some balance.
And was actually in the same situation last weekend when I spoke about her 60 during the weekend, and Mohanga Zebras had lost 3 wickets in the first 2 overs. And again, Alice had to make sure that something is on board. She had to make sure that she builds the innings to give themselves an opportunity to win the game. And for sure, the shots she was playing by then, she was playing the shots that she shouldn't have played because she was dropped 5 times.
Yeah, luck can be running out as well. You've got to make use of your lady luck by your side. The previous delivery, she played a shot outside off some, but the footwork, like you mentioned, was questionable. This time around, she keeps it on the ground, and you can allow the bowlers to get too aggressive on you if you play too defensive early on. Use the field restrictions. You know there are only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Been watching the ball well enough. You can hit it on the ground, hit it hard. Right there. Once again, it's the outswingers that have been worrying Gahanga Zebras. And having understood 2 wickets have gone down, strike rate at this particular point is questionable. 3 out of 11. Plenty of homework to be done here. Lots of improvement to be made. Every game is a new chapter, Adelaide. You've got to rewrite the script every game.
Yeah, very, very well said there. And being in such situations again tend to make you hold yourself back a bit, and of which I feel is not right, because at the moment you hold back, you're not playing your shots. The balls are there to be hit, and the only option is try and play your shots. Because at the moment you try and be, I mean, get hold back a bit, you tend to give opportunities, you tend to give chances, and by into this situation, you tend to minimize risks again, but playing your shots.
Yeah, 4 overs done here. The score reads 12 for the loss of 2 for Team Gahanga Zebras. One thing to mention, Alice Ikuzwe in the second innings will be given the responsibility with the ball in hand. So how many runs she puts on the board will be the runs that she comes in to defend. 178 to the name of Ishimwe Giselle in her 4 innings with a high score of 80 and the highest number of boundaries also. The table topper. No surprise there. Back to back, year after year, pitching in the performances. Slower delivery, louder appeal, and the finger will be raised. Tuisenge Francine departs off her very first delivery that she faces. She's on a golden pair now. Fuller delivery, excellent. No idea where the ball was going after it pitched. And a very, very simple decision for the umpire.
Saying Francine making her way back into the dugout, not troubling the scorers at all. and not sure when Georgette will be coming in because the batting lineup was shuffled this morning.
New batter in Chuzuzo Benita. Stance looks a bit difficult. No idea where the ball was coming from and no idea where the ball was going. But fortune coming to her way with a boundary. Wasn't off her bat. Will be given as 4 wide, 5 runs to the team of Gahanga Zebras. Whichever way the runs keep coming their way, they will be welcoming them with open arms. Look at that. Minimal effort, maximum results.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, freebies from the bowling department of a Charity Women's Cricket Club.
I'll tell you, to follow up a delivery like that right after picking up a wicket is a bowler's nightmare.
And again, yes, something you will never want to see as a bowler. But again, it is your doings, so you can always get away with it.
Covering all 3 stumps there, Adeline. A very, very clear contender for a LBW, and there it is. Covering all 3 sticks, but has no idea where the ball is coming or where it's going to be pitching. Comes and goes, just like the wind.
Oh man, troubles in the dugout of Gahanga Zebra, and such an easy call from Janvier.
Just swinging her bat to the heavens there in hopes of somehow getting a ball contact. There was always going to be an LB or a coat in the outfield there. The body language said it all when she walked in with her head down. This is much better. New batter marching in.
And I mean, I had some whispers to say it, talking about the body language, and for sure, that's the only thing you would get from that body language. When you lack body language, cricket is I mean, is a weird game. It I mean, it rewards you depending on what you offered to the game. And here we see Ingabire Georgette now coming in.
Yeah, for the very first time in this competition, we've got to see a left-hand, right-hand combination out in the middle. Be a sense of variation for the bowlers as well and the fielders. They've got to adjust the field set. Let's wait and see. Does Ingabire Georgette have any changes to her attack here? Much flatter, much quicker this time around. Understanding the quality of batter that she will be bowling to this time.
Again, let's look at what Gahanga Zebras did. Getting Georgette at the back end there, trying to shuffle the batting lineup because she had been opening the batting with Alice.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see why they're bringing her down. Maybe trying to provide an opportunity to the other batters as well, but this isn't the time to take such gambles and such experiments to be played in. 5 overs have gone down. What a brilliant over that was by Shimamana Rosette. Had she not given those 5 extras, she would have got 2 for none.
And a decent one for sure. Very good one.
I can proudly say tallest building in Gahanga. That one right there. If you don't have your runs, you can go to Simba supermarket and buy some.
And I might allow me to say good luck to that, because at some point you'll be like, what is it there? How is it like to go in there?
As cool as the Arctic. Go in there, you feel like a typical supermarket. Find everything you need apart from your runs.
And again, apart from the experience we always talk about, like they say that you can never go in there and find it on the shelves.
Well, that's every supermarket around the world. You never find exactly what you're looking for. You'll find every other thing that you're not looking for. Vumilia Margaret, the experience player, comes in for Team Charity. That's one thing you get to see in the Women's Cricket League. Plenty of new hairstyles. Oh, new fashion, new kits, new shoes. Just the colors of the game. Because we're Alice on strike and lots of on and off going on here. Plays it off the back foot, hard hands there. Good work at covers there by Emmeline. Was traveling, she put her body on the line to defend the runs for her side. Float over delivery, once again on the ground, nowhere to go. Playing it straight to the fielders is Ikuzwe. 15 deliveries, Adeline, to score 3 runs. Mind you, she is a national team player. Make that 16 now. Do the math. How many overs are those?
And that's to make. I was going to say that close to 3 overs, and now 17 deliveries, four runs, and that's what we. I mean, when we spoke about holding yourselves back, just because you are the main batter still standing, lacking support from the other batters.
Well, at this particular point, cricket is a game of numbers, and what that goes on to explain is she's scoring a run every over. That's what it comes down to. 17, 18 deliveries to score 4 runs in a T20 format doesn't really make sense, and that is a no ball being indicated by Mr. Evode Dimana.
How well can you maximize on that?
Well, she loves playing the free hits, as we can see. Gets onto it in a flash. Ingabire Georgette. Ah, the southpaw loves that one. Dances down the wicket and gives it a whack.
Look at that. Gets down the ground. And look how easy it was, how easy it looked. And at some point I wonder what happens when you see that indication from the umpire that it is a no ball, the free hit. And the feeling you get as you tend to attempt to hit that cricket ball off that free hit.
Well, that is where the confusion starts coming in. As we come to the end of the power play there, 6 overs have gone by, 23 for the loss of 4, couple of boundaries, and 4 wickets have gone down. And it hasn't been magical bowling, I would say, but poor batting. Poor batting. And the likes of Ikuzu Alice just rubbing salt into the misery there. At this point, it almost seems like she's playing for the opposition, because you're helping your team get through too many dotted deliveries.
And at least we know you've seen what she can offer. As you said, national team player. Again, it's that fear of making sure that I stay. If I go out, then what else? Then who else will come in and build something?
Yeah, but that thought comes later on, Adeline. While you're at it, you've got to do something. You can't just be there.
Of which I think that fear, it shouldn't be there actually. A run out chance, oh good lord.
Very, very close. Very, very close. Allows them to rotate back for a double as no cover was in place. The cover was in place, it's just that she was in the wrong position. She's having a walk in a park.
As I was talking about Alice, the fear itself, it shouldn't be there. That's what I think. And
Sorry to cut you short there, but I really like this intent by Ingabire Georgette. You could see from that delivery, she played it with softer hands and knew it was a single the moment she played it. Had Alice done the same for the previous 18 deliveries, the score would have been very, very different by now. And I believe Ingabire Georgette should be pushing her teammate, her partner in the middle, to be doing the exact same. As you can see, even the get off, you can see the intent of scoring runs and getting into the mode of putting some runs on the board here. A bit too casual, seems Alice.
very, very, I might say, and they should be. There is protection in the dip. That's much fuller. Being offered a full toss, and the treatment wasn't really enough because at some point you will be crying for those loose deliveries to come.
Well, that's the bit of concern for me as well, Adeline, because we get to see these girls in training. That is a beautiful, beautiful shot. Swept the nuts out of that block, I'll tell you. Got down on one knee, and Ingabire Georgette is turning on the heat. Have a look at that. Down on one knee, swats it away into the gap for four.
And the best thing, after 7 overs, the score reads 32 for 4. And the best thing that Georgette does best is she plays those shots better than more left-handers around. If you look at the likes of Clarisse Mutonwase, very rare to see her play going down on one knee, goes for a sweep. But Georgette, anytime, any day you offer such deliveries, she will take you on.
Yeah, it was good to see her creating such a shot. Understood doesn't get off the surface too high. She had to go down on her knee and played it exceptionally well. Just 8 deliveries and she's on 11 runs.
And Alice, such a lovely start. Strike rotation will be very handy. And again, Alice will have to play a part, of course. And Nyirandorimana Pacific comes in to bowl over number 8 from the mound end.
Very, very tight there. Just made it in the nick of time. A direct hit would have seen her in trouble.
And Alice Kuzgo and George, this should be the partnership that keeps things going for Muhanga Zebras.
See, at that particular moment, the shot she had played, had she just rotated the wrist while coming down in her bat swing, she could have looked for a single, as Georgette has been doing. And that is the difference between the two batters in the middle. Again, soft hands.
And for sure, you do not want to sit back and wait for those easy singles. You've also got the opportunity to create such opportunities for singles as well. Just pick, oh, what such a lovely shot that is, and very sloppy in the dip.
Yeah, a complete mix up between the two fielders in the dip, having lost all navigation of where the ball is coming, ended up crisscrossing each other, and the ball happened to find the tiniest of gaps between them. Went on to four. The aggression is checking in now. And that will be a wicket. Excellent take by Flora. Was a nick onto it. And second time around,
And Alice, after that long waited, I mean, look at that. Very good effort there from Flora behind the stumps, making sure that she doesn't give away another life to Alice. And 11 of 25 deliveries, not good enough for sure for a player like Alice. And that's happened. I mean, that's what happens when you hold yourself back.
yeah, as my friends call it, dying in your own movie. You shoot yourself in the toe. After being there for 25 deliveries, you end up applying pressure to your own game. It wasn't pressure being applied by the bowlers, it was the way Alice Ikuzwe was playing out there in the middle that led her to make such a decision and such a shot. But what an exceptional take by the wicketkeeper Flora.
And 38 for 5 after 80 overs. As Wasenir Kundotania comes in, joining Gavire Georgette, who is on 12 of 9.
Oh, good delivery there. Sweeps it around the corner. 38 for 5, Adeline. From the looks of it, getting to triple digits is a very, very tall mountain to climb.
Unless Georgette keeps strike rate, 13 of 10, not bad. And you only need the support again from the other end. You can't be scoring from one end. And that's how the game works. You've got to, that's why the two of you are partners in there, just was sent in there to look for runs. And
That should be taken. Oh, you cannot believe what just happened. It dropped dead right in front of her, a foot in front of her hands, and barest of efforts. Look at that. Sonia not giving it any attempt whatsoever. Was an opportunity, gets put down, and this time gets hit down to long on. Georgette, the only player that seems sound in the middle for Team Muhanga Zebras. The last ray of hope, final nail in the coffin. That's what she is for Team Muhanga Zebras this morning. What I really like about Chiza Emmeline's bowling strategy here is she's keeping it very, very simple. Just floating the deliveries on middle stump line, loopy action, and variation of pace. Gets swatted onto the leg side this time. Plenty of time on her hands. Wase, near Rukundo. Such long names. Not as long as their innings, but very, very long indeed, Adeline.
There is actually one, the third name that you're not seeing on the screen, because she has three of them. Uwase Nyorukundo, Tanya.
That's half a team, I'll tell you. Plenty of names in there. Get to the end of the ninth over. 43 for the loss of 5, and there we have it. Beautiful, beautiful cows there. Land of 1,000 hills, and also very, very respected animals. The beautiful cows here in the land of 1,000 hills. $147 was the highest total of this tournament so far. You see Uwase back on strike. Nirandorimana comes into the attack from the mount end. Plays it down the ground there. Gets good connection on it. Be rotating the strike. And that's exactly what the two of these batters need to do out there in the middle. Just keep rotating the strike, add on the singles and the doubles, and that's when the confidence of the bowlers tends to go astray and they start giving away the extras. The fielders get felt under the pump as well. From what they needed, they're getting to the halfway mark. Just 6 runs shy of that.
And this is what, I love seeing these moments when you have lost so many wickets earlier on, but someone comes in later and that's up in the air, but over the infield, the ball is racing away and it gets to a boundary.
Yeah, this time around using the pace of the bowler, throwing the kitchen sink at it, outside off stump. Goes over the fielder's head, and the chase is down in vain, only to collect it from the boundary ropes. Very, very welcoming runs. Exactly what Tim Mohanga Zebra needed in such a tight position. 18 of 14 deliveries now. Oh, just turns it around the corner. A touch of finesse behind that particular shot. Beautiful, beautiful execution this by Ngabire.
And that will be it. Halfway the innings, and the score reads 49 for 5.
One more delivery to go. And now it will be the halfway mark. 10 overs done, 49 for the loss of 5. So yeah, moving exactly according to their plan. Had expected triple digits onto the board. They've got to 49 exactly at the halfway mark. Very precise. But while attempting to do that, half of the side is back into the dugout as well.
And they are still having someone like Joseph still in, trying to bring the innings back to life. And of course, you would expect something or a spectacular innings from her. But again, it is that will only happen when she keeps things going like this. And as I was saying, at times you get happy when you see people like Georgette bringing innings to life. Like yesterday, we saw Sorgwathe, they were 20 for 5 inside the power play, inside 6 overs. And Sylvia came in later on and ended up scoring a 50.
Saviors come in all shapes, colors, and names, Adeline, in this beautiful game of cricket. But I like what I'm seeing right now. The thinking hats are on. Captain Diane brings herself into the attack and putting Ngabire Georgette to the test alongside Uwase Nyong'ru Rukundo, Neo Rukundo, I beg your pardon. And this is what we'd like to see. How can the captain slow down the rate from here on? She saw too many runs were being given away, and Ingabire Georgette was getting too comfortable out in the middle. So she decides to bring herself into the attack and challenge her with the movement that she's been getting from ball number 1. The narrative of this particular over is very, very vital, Adeline. The effect of the captain's bowling. Someone who's picked up 2 wickets has given away just 6 runs. If you end up thrashing her over, it sends a message to the entire bowling unit. And if that particular bowler takes your wicket, you've thrown your team under the bus.
And of course, Diane will be looking for that breakthrough, breaking this so-called partnership. But again, most importantly, Georgette Ingabire. Oh, good Lord.
The movement was there by Flora, and such an awkward position to be striking that ball. Fortunately, nothing too serious, and she did save valuable runs for her side because there is nobody in that particular part of the field. Fine leg is absent.
And there is a sense of thinking from the batter from Georgette. And again, finds the gap and finds the boundary.
Clinical performance this by Georgette. Knew exactly what she was trying to do. Failed on the previous delivery. This time gets it finer and sweeter onto the bat. Just rotates it around the corner. Very risky, but gets full marks for her effort there.
Like they say, higher risks, higher rewards. And for sure, Georgette has got the message right. And you could see that she is really thinking about beautifully played, beautifully placed, and very sloppy at point region.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Once you start getting the boundaries and the runs, the pressure gets applied to the fielders as well. They've got to be on their toes. And that is where the fumbles happen. That is where the extras happen. That is where the sloppy fielding gets exposed. We come to the end of the 11th over, 57 for the loss of 5.
And Margaret comes back into the attack now.
I like the intent. Really, really like the intent here by Gabriel Georgette. She's putting on a show for the viewers. And speaking of viewers, I would like to thank all our viewers for supporting us online and watching and catching the action live. Uh, thank our proud sponsors, Rwanda Cricket Association and Alphabet, providing us all the action live. Cricket Heroes as well, providing all the statistics. Very, very useful. As cricket is a game of numbers, we need everything to be precisely recorded. Back foot cut. And cuts it so late. Look at that. Very, very sloppy by the fielder there. Oh, that is such village cricket. Amelia Margaret not happy with that effort by the fielder at point. You've got to have gun fielders at point. Cannot rely upon sloppy fielders at such a position. You've got very little time to get hold onto the deliveries coming your way and bringing it back sound and safe. Sweeps, get some bat onto it, targeting the vacant areas once again. Oh, she's making a munch out of this attack and she's leaving no crumbs behind.
Field manipulation, manipulating the field as she pleases. Gabriel Georgette. And again, the thought of trying to play where there is no fielders, again, it is massive.
It's very smart by Gabriel Georgette. It reminds me of my gully cricket days when we used to play tap and go. So you've got to find a gap that you can tap onto and you've got to shoot for a single, regardless of how many fielders are there. So it's very, very tactical. Sometimes you create gaps where there are no gaps. And that is a sign of a good batsman. Once having a chat with a pro cricketer, I was once told the difference between a good batsman and a great batsman is that a good batsman will defend a good delivery, but a great batsman will score a run from a great delivery.
Can agree more on that, Zaid Khan. And recently, as the game goes on, again, like supporting the Rwanda men national team, playing their second game. That, oh goodness.
It gets put down there, very, very sloppy. And it's because of the effect of runs coming in. It's applying pressure to the youngsters. The captain will not be happy with that effort. Drops an absolute dolly. My co-commentator here was mentioning how the men in blue who are playing in Botswana as we speak are on fire. Scoring 189. Final delivery, they'll be playing off the 14th over right now. Hamza Khan playing a spectacular knock, getting to his triple digits. Such a landmark for him, and his captain Didier supporting him out in the middle. Massive, massive blow, massive, massive innings that is Adeline.
And again, still going as well, because Didier is also cruising. So yet to see how this turns out to be. And in 12 overs, 64 for 5. Good enough for the two batters who are still in there, who are yet to get beaten. Still going, Georgette Ingabire with 31 of 23. Very powerful and powered Gahanga Zebras to be on 64 at the moment.
Yeah, I'm very glad to see Ingabire Georgette understanding the task that lies upon her, and she's taking on the role and what Alice Ikuzwe was expected to do is something Ingabire Georgette has executed. Stayed low, nearly caught onto a bottom edge. Not too much bounce on the surface here, staying very flat, very low. Not the tallest of players have we got here today, Adeline, but the ball barely gets off the surface.
Senior Kulatanya, who is on strike, have to be very cautious with Rosette's deliveries and goes with a straight bat. But again, at some point, when uh, when the team is struggling, like in terms of runs, and they bring their best bowlers right on. And I mean, what do you do exactly? That I mean, I will come back to what you just spoke about, that great batters and the good batters. Um, yes, the best bowlers are back into the attack, but again, you've got to make sure that you keep the runs. I mean, you keep the scoreboard ticking off good deliveries, because they'll be coming in to try and get a breakthrough. Definitely, you have to make use of that.
Yeah, very, very early in my days of cricket, I was once told by a gentleman, necessity is the mother of invention. So when it is most necessary, you've got to invent something out of nothing, just like that. Such a teaser of a boundary, two fielders giving it a chase, but the ball wins the race to the boundary ropes for four. Exceptional timing behind that shot, and I cannot give more praise to this batter. Look at that. Striker pose, lovely connection, carpet shot it is. The fielders gave up on it. 69 for the loss of 5. Gahanga Zebras are reviving this innings is Ingabire Georgette. Once again plays that shot. Very, very well executed. Back-to-back boundaries. A gem of an innings she's playing out there. A blinder, an absolute blinder.
And as we even had a chat, look at that. Very, very well intended shot from Georgette. We
The innovation, the execution, and the results say it all. Once again, tactfully just keeps it safely on the ground there and rotates the strike. Understands what delivery of the over she was playing. She gets the strike. She keeps the strike for the very next over. 13 overs have gone by, 74 for the loss of 5.
lovely, lovely stuff there from Georgette, who is now on a 41 of 27. Very handy as the team cruises now 75. And now still 6.5 overs more
Have a look at the strike rate of Ingabire, 41 of 27. Adeline. Very, very hard to say that she is not of the same caliber as her entire team. She's cut from a different cloth.
Pacific trying so hard to go through the gates, but gets nothing this time round.
Gets played in the deep there. Great work. Gets it off a good bounce. And what I can tell by the bowling of Team Charity ever since they picked up 5 wickets is that they've been just feeding the deliveries. There hasn't been any vicious delivery that the bowlers have bowled in sense of picking up yet another wicket, but they've been trying to just get through their overs. That is where the batters have capitalized. And once you get watchful batters, as of Ingabire Georgette, you can see she's clocked in and she's been focused, very still, watching, look at her footwork, look at her arms, look at her wrists, look at the bat lift, very well balanced, look at the shot execution. She goes and smashes that through the covers. I could tell that shot was coming yesterday. That's how well she timed it. We spoke about how to manage deliveries and the movement of new cherries. That's exactly how you do it. Keep it on the ground, smack it hard, let the ball lose all the shine. It's not going to swing anywhere.
Not anytime soon. The beauty of it is the shots she's playing and the placement is marvelous. To be honest, she's played so many good shots. And the last delivery, it's complete over number 14.
And one thing again that Team Charity does not tend to understand or remember is that how many times has Ingabire Georgette played that lap shot going to short fine leg, but still they place no fielder towards short fine leg position and still target her pads. So every time they tend to target her pads, she goes down on one knee and just laps you to that vacant region. 14 overs have gone by, 82 for the loss of 5. The life is coming through into this game by Uwase Georgette, and there you have it. 44 dots is the result, and the main culprit of that, I would say, is Alice Ikuzwe early on. Not to sound harsh, but yes, I did mention it felt almost as though she's playing for the opposition with the amount of deliveries she was just dotting. Beautifully hit this time as well, but finds the fielder in the deep. Had it gone a few yards left or right, that would have been yet another boundary.
Chizamelin, those deliveries she's offering, and she needs to have an idea of who he is bowling to. And feel the changes, bringing in Rosette at mid-on.
Oh, that has been smoked to the boundary ropes for 4. Uwase Nyorukundo getting into the act as well. Letting Ingabire know, I'm there to support you, I'm there to back you up, and I'm there to score runs just like you do. Beautiful shot. Just slaps it. Mid-wicket region there. Got the rise of the delivery as well. Too easy. Made it look very, very easy.
Pace off, cuts that one powerfully in the dip, finds Anifa, who does the fielding. And again, Tanya being known as a big hitter of the cricket ball. Again, making sure that even the other end, there are runs, not just Georgette, who is 3 runs away from her first half century.
Yeah, and these are runs that they need to chase down in the second innings. So the bowlers need to be very, very cautious of how many runs they give away. A no was a call there. Not trying to do anything silly at this particular point in time. 88 on the board. Final 2 deliveries left of the 15th over. Smashes that. Just gets over the 30-yard mark. And the sign is there. The rotating, keeping up with the singles and doubles. Unlike when she was batting with Alice, because too many dotted deliveries was bringing in the results of being too cautious. Being cautious is good, Adeline, but too cautious is always risky. This time it pops up in the air. Oh, couldn't get to it. Diane, she didn't expect that ball to be coming her way. She read it very, very late in the flight. 15 overs have gone by and 90 runs on the board for Team Gahanga Zebras after 5 wickets going down.
Wait until we go down this. And Vumilia Margaret comes back. Tanya wasn't Irukundo on strike. And something that Georgette is doing best. She is making sure that she's having a word with the partner. Because Tanya, at all times, if you look at Tanya's dismissals, being bold, playing across the line. And pierces that through the gap, through the offside, and for a boundary.
That shot right there, Adeline, is one of the highest quality of shots in cricket. Look at her footwork once again. Pay close attention to her footwork there. Backing away, making room for herself, and just slaps it past the fielders into the gap there for 4. Beautifully executed. And Uwase Nyurukundo is turning up the notch and getting valuable runs here. Flighted delivery. A mix-up. Oh, and it's gone down. Flora. Couple of attempts and then finally takes the bails off. That will be the end of Uwase Nyurukundo. A yes-no call and a horrible mix-up in the end. And the throw coming to the right end as well. Yes was the call initially, and then she backed out of it, Ingabire Georgette. She was too cautious to get to her end. Uwase Nyurukundo had taken off immediately as she heard yes is the call. She's done her part. Really well played cameo there by Uwase Nyurukundo, scoring 18 of 20. It plays such an important role in this innings build-up.
And right after talking about that shot off that delivery and that boundary, and for sure that was a beautiful looking shot, Mr. Zaid Khan, because when you know that the ball is moving away from the batter and
And on that instant, I could clearly tell Adelaide, Ingabire Georgette didn't even make a start. Had she made a start and had she had no doubt in her mind as she heard the call for a single, she would have made it. But the slightest of doubts in her mind caused her not to attempt that single, and she pulled out of that run, causing the mix up.
And again, hitting that, yes, it was hit, struck down the ground, but straight to a fielder. And I think that will be it. Giving away 3 chances in a row, and the last one will be taken.
Yeah, Ingabire Georgette there with a teapot on her hand, on her hips there. She's not happy with her teammate. She's left stranded on 48 of 33 deliveries, just pops it in the air. In they come, out they go. Couple of members of my duck farm there. We've seen 3, I believe, by now. Lots of quack quack sound coming around here at Gahanga. Needs to be sorted out by the end of the innings. Irakiza Eme. By the time I could finish mentioning her name, she was already gone and headed to the dugout.
And that's 94 for 7 after 16 overs. And Zaid, when you are sitting out there waiting for your turn to get into bat, when you are waiting to get into bat, and when you get in, the first shot that you attempt is trying to go after bowlers, go across the line. And you've been seeing how the two, Georgette and Tanya, how they were playing, trying to rotate the strike, try and get Georgette to the striking end, and from there you will be doing justice for your team.
Yeah, very well said there, Adeline. And right after this delivery, I can clearly tell right now the concern for Ingabire Georgette and the worry that she's got to herself is how can she keep the strike majority of the times? And that wasn't the concern just a wicket ago. While she was batting with someone who's giving her the strike, also putting up some runs on the board, she wouldn't mind sharing the strike. This time around, Flora has been struck straight onto the grill there. We'll be calling the physio. That is a very, very harsh blow to the helmet. Needs to be checked for concussion. It was straight onto her face, onto the grill. Horrible sight that. She followed the ball really well, but just getting hit on the wrist first and off the padding of her gloves, it came onto her helmet. It didn't penetrate through. I believe she's using a good helmet there.
And Georgette comes a time where now she earns herself a half century and 50 runs on her name off just 37 deliveries. And look at that, 7 boundaries with a healthy strike rate of 135.
Yeah, raise your bat, young lady. You've done your side pure justice and rescue. She's rescued the innings out of 96 50 runs to her name. Fuller delivery, 50 and out. She's done her part and she says bye bye. Thank you very much. Shakes hand with the bowler Sonia Omoringa, who takes the prize wicket of the highest scorer. How many times have we seen this Adelaide? 50 and out. Gets a bit too excited and swings across the line. And this is where she was most needed, because those extra 10 to 15 runs at the back end of the innings play a pivotal role.
And yeah, as you asked, I mean, we've seen that for so many times, but again, it shows no character, Zaid. You're not doing justice to the game, because look at that shot and take a look back at the shots she has been playing. Definitely shows you, I mean, it gives you an idea of what she was thinking. It's character.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's the difference between the two shots is night and day. The way she was playing initially to get to her 50 was way different from that shot. That shot came out of the blue. It came out of the syllabus. You never could see it coming your way. You would never expect her to be playing that shot, but she did right after getting to her 50. And from here on, it will just be a mode of survival. The players just need to get through the final 18 deliveries here. And lots of running for the physio as well on the field. This time gets struck on the hip bone. And she'll be kicking herself for getting out in such a position, because those extra runs right getting there play such a big role. Shimwa Giselle 16 boundaries and 3 maximums. Kuzwa Alice 12. Fanny Tagushimaninde 11. Sylvia Usabimana 8. And Morika Tetebili 6. The chase is on. But at the top of the mountain sits Shimwa Giselle. Two common names you always find in that list: Shimwe Henriette and Giselle. Common names in that list. The captain comes back into the attack from the mountain. Change of sides for her. Sees what she can make out of this surface from the opposite end. Jersey number 79. Trying to apply even more pressure after collecting a prize wicket of Ingabire Georgette. Falling onto her off stump already, you can see from her stance. Covering all 3 stumps, and she gets knocked over just like that. I could tell it's a walking wicket. Another addition to my duck farm. Thank you very much. Courtesy of Bimenyimana Marie Diane, who picks up her 3rd wicket of the very first delivery of her 4th over.
It's not yet done, Zaid.
It's just the start. It's just the start.
And Ratukunda Joyez goes home just like that. And Charity will need 1 wicket.
Collecting all the wickets like the gemstones. Is she trying to be Thanos out here? Bimenyimana Marie. She's trying to pick up all those wickets. She's got plenty of deliveries left for her to do that. Final wicket of Muhanga Zebras. Only 1 more wicket to be collected. Can the skipper do that in this very over? Just below 100, say the captain. Does she keep her word?
Can Mahanga Zebras cruise into the three figures? Let's wait and see, because Diane, the captain, will be offering full and straight, and that is the line for sure. Now a left-hander, Mushimiman Anastasia.
The irony behind the fact that us commentators find it agonizing when the players reach what they said they would. Completely lost. On that occasion, you could find Mushimi Imana looking at that delivery that has left her like a COVID mask from 5 years ago. Operating on different channels is the ball and the bat of Mushimi Imana, making no contact whatsoever. One is on audio, the other one is on video.
Oh, good Lord. And 96. Zaid, this might be a fighting total for Muhanga Zebras. And again, Charity will need extra effort to get themselves across the line.
One thing for sure, Bimenyamana Meridian working extremely hard to keep her word below 100, says this captain. Big swing and nearly loses her balance there. Lost the ball and you can see the smile on her face. She knows what she's done. The windmill was on. Somebody forgot to turn it off. Final delivery. Oh, survives and keeps it on the ground. So they do not get all out. The night watchman survives and carries through the night. 96 for the loss of 9. Final over, final 6 deliveries here. So Bimenyimana Meridian is done with her spell. She's picked up 3 wickets. Give away just 12 runs. Done collecting her gemstones. Gets a thickish outside edge. And every single is going to be celebrated from here on as the edge closer and closer to that triple digit mark that their captain dearly wants. A very late call for a single, but somehow they make it. 98 onto the board. I told you every single run from here on is a celebration. Bimana Dian hasn't put up any run onto the board. She's faced 2 deliveries so far. She's been barely surviving out in the middle. Inside edge, races away. When it's written in your stars, nothing can go wrong for you. A boundary it is, and triple digits come up for Muhanga Zebras with that shot. Fortune favoring the brave. Oh, look at that. She backs away. And finest of edges, nothing the fielder could have done. Very hard to explain such shots. Just a bottom edge for 4.
And the fortune favors the brave, they say. And there should be more, not really. Fielder in the dip. Just pick up a double.
Yeah, the fumble, the pressure comes upon the fielder as well. Very casually she went on as if the batters are going to be taking just a single. She fumbles that and allows them to rotate for a double. You can see how loud the dugout is getting after the triple digits. Clubs it away once again into the gap this time. They're running hard, coming back for a double towards the bowler's end, and she makes it comfortably there. Jersey number 11. The dugout wasn't as loud when Georgette got to her 50. But you can see every single run that these two are putting on is a celebration.
And for sure it is, and it should be. Knowing that Wimana Diane is trying to go after Umuringa Sonia. Imagine, look at that. Conceding 9 runs in the over.
Well, you can see the bravery with these two. Very clueless about what delivery to be expecting by the bowler, but the intent is very clear. Hit and score a run. Yes, throughout the course of the first innings, I've been very, very critical about Ikuzo Alice's performances because when she represents the national colours, the sort of responsibility that is provided to you, and you've got to come through with a performance. 25 deliveries, Adeline. Add that to the current score right now. Look at where you would land with a total. You would be on 120, 131 by now, with 6 more deliveries to go.
It only needed someone like Alice to be a bit more creative and innovative in trying to just sneak in those singles, keep rotating the strike, turn those dotted deliveries into singles, and the team will be somewhere now. 19 overs, 106 for 9. Vermilia Margaret now comes in to bowl the last over.
Knowing Vermilia Margaret, she understands it's the tail enders, and she understands that the tail is wiggling at the moment. She's not going to provide any pace onto it, rather make them use power. So she's going to give them absolute pies. Look at that. So that the ball does not leave the inner circle. She's brought all the fielders within, closer to them. She doesn't mind if she gets hit over the fielders, but the types of deliveries she'll be giving them won't be easy. Apart from deliveries like that, providing extras. But the flighted deliveries are the toughest for the tail-enders to hit. There, nowhere to go, no harm done. The other bowlers were providing pace, and that is why the flat-batted shots by the night watchman were coming into hand. See, same shot, same results, nowhere to go.
And for them, they will be happy if they are not all out. And for sure, that's where it's heading. With 2 more legal deliveries to come. Margaret, how do you decide to close things off?
She's done very, very good work there, showing her maturity, showing her expertise. She understands what batter she's bowling to. So she's giving the appropriate length and length. Women, I tell you. as soon as you give them praise, as soon as you give them the flowers, they put them in the vase and just forget everything that you've mentioned. This time rotates, runs back for a double. It's gone all the way to the boundary ropes for 4. Sloppy bit of work in the deep there. That is a boundary to close off the innings. Look at the celebrations in the dugout there. They cannot believe a boundary has come through the blade of Mushimimana. Look at that. She gave it all. There's a bit of sound effect as well. Being very vocal with that shot. Bit of grunt. But that's that for the first innings. Mohanga Zebras scoring 112 for the loss of 9 wickets in 20 overs of play.
The batting scorecard, and for sure, Gabriel Georgette is standing out to be on half century, 50 of 38 with 7 boundaries, 131 is the strike rate. And again, Ikuzwe Alice at the top, 11 of 25 with 1 boundary. And Tanya very handy, 18 of 21 with 2 boundaries on her name. And the 2 young ladies, Diane and Anastasia, at the back end, contributing very handy, big time. And Diane 8 of 6. And Anastasia finishing things off. Look at that partnership. Miman Anastasia and Wimana Diane. Right there, 16 of 17 deliveries. Very, very handy. That gave them momentum to get to 112. And Tanya and Gabriel Georgette, 56. A big partnership of 45 deliveries, with 15 extras being bowled. And good enough, they had to play their full 20 overs. And the bowling scorecard, Diane, the captain, very good economy of 3, picking up 3 wickets and conceding only 12 runs in her 4 overs. Sonia, Vumilia Margaret, Pacific, 1 wicket apiece, and Rosette picking up 2 with a big economy of 8. And that will be it for the first innings. And Charity Women's Cricket Club will be needing 113 to win from their whole allotted 20 overs. And we are right back on the run chase. Gahanga Zebras winning the toss and opting to bat first, posting 112 for 9 in 20 overs. And Charity, in response, waiting to see how this turns out to be. Charity Women's Cricket Club, winless in the tournament, will be needing 113 runs to win from their 20 overs. And on your screens, the two opening pair for Charity, Rakoze Frola, alongside Irejena Sonia, to open the batting and to go in, get some runs on board for Charity. First up, Charity had failed to chase 137 against Gahanga Queens, posting only 19 runs all out in 10 overs. The very next game failed to chase 81 and went on and lost the game by only 2 runs. This time round, trying so hard to chase 113. And yesterday, on a Saturday afternoon, it was actually a Saturday morning when Charity was playing against Indata Hampshire, batting first and posting a 45, and in that chased the score in only 6.1 overs. And can this be the day that they register a win and the very first in the tournament so far, to keep their hopes alive of playing the playoffs and the eliminator? And Chizuzo Benita will be opening the bowling from the road end for Gahanga Zebra. First ball up, and first ball it is, starting off in style with a dot ball. And such a lovely start. You will always love it to see your bowlers starting off in style with a dot ball, and that gives you the momentum going forward. That gives you an idea of what lines, what lengths to bowl going forward. And of course, the captain Diane will be expected to put some runs, will be expected to contribute with the bat. And first runs on board in form of extras. The wide delivery from Chizuzo Benita to start things off. And Diana would be expected, of course, not having played the first 2 games, and now coming in on today's encounter. And Flora gets off the mark. Flora gets off the mark. And again, was talking about Diane having played yesterday's game, didn't contribute much. And today, this will be the right opportunity for her to go in and score some runs for the team. And this time round, not opening the batting, and definitely will be coming in 1 down, 2 down, to come in and do something. And that will depend on when the first wicket falls. And lovely shot that was. left-handers again will be very crucial, very handy with the bat. So in the first innings how Georgette was manipulating the field whichever way she pleases. And of course, you would want to see more and more left-handers trying something. Just full and straight, asking questions to the stumps. And Sonia had only to survive on that one, making it 4 deliveries with 2 more. But this time round, it will be a no ball. It will be free hit. Next ball, and Sonia Iragena, how well will she maximize? How well will she go about this delivery? Coming up and goes high, goes up in the air. Ball lands safely, and it was just a free hit, and the hit wasn't that enough to get more and more runs, because they can only settle for just a single, giving away 4 runs in the over. With only 2 singles and 2 freebies extras. And last delivery, that was, it is hit hard, but not good enough to get enough legs to get to the boundary. And over number 1, the score reads only 5 runs in the first over. And it will always be tough. Look at the skies looking very clear. And it will always be tough to lose 2 games in a day. And for yesterday, Charity had to go on and lose the two games on a day in Datwa, and as well as this encounter right here, hoping to see now them trying to get themselves across the line, and of course with the help of Diane, the captain, will be very handy. Doesn't. And Wimana Diane to ball over number 2, a run out chance, and for sure it is taken. The finger is up. That is Janvier, who doesn't hesitate at all. And Irakoze Frola, I'm not sure if that was really a single. And Sonia didn't arrive way earlier. She didn't arrive safely and perishes.
Yeah, forcing a run on that occasion, softest of hands, and in a flash, having a start with the bowler, and excellent work by the keeper as well. Sharp throw, sharp take. The finger goes up, losing an early wicket. Exactly what Mohanga Zebra would have hoped for. Trying to create a run when there is none. Pressure early on onto Team Charity. And that will bring the new batter in. The captain, Bimengimana Maridian, will be facing Uimana Dian. Dian to Dian. Which Dian comes on top here is the one to find out. 108 needed in 112. Currently moving in a surplus of deliveries. Ooh, just drifting away from the right-hander.
Hunted. And you know, this game of cricket, I mean, this game lies in the hands of the two batters in there. Very experienced. And of course, Diane having, I mean, she hasn't yet contributed much to the team in this tournament. Flora as well, same thing. And the two of them, knowing what is at stake, they will have to go on and score some runs, because this will give them some hopes of at least playing the playoffs going forward.
Is heavily relying on the two big names you see out there in the middle. In the first innings, we got to see Kuzo Alice taking that role, but not being fruitful for her side. Goes down on one knee, and that will be a boundary. Captain goes down on one knee and sweeps that for four. Sweetly timed, choosing the right area of the ground as well. And she understands that she's in the surplus of deliveries that she'll be facing. The trouble starts when you get into deficit. Outside leg stump there. Proper shot selection. Outside and a catch, and it's been put down. Has it been taken? It looked like it popped up and then it was put down, but the captain is on her way. Celebrations. That is a massive, massive blow. Way outside off stump, and she goes for the baited delivery and has to pay the price. That is a massive wicket. Oh, the troubles. The way Muhanga Zebras fight back into this competition. She'll be thinking about that delivery all day long. Could have hit it anywhere. You can see the frustration there. A slow, full, baited delivery outside off stump. And she went for it. Had she left it, it could have even gone for a wide.
And Diane gets Diane, and 2 wickets down now after 2 overs. But again, the wickets, I don't think it's a problem, but who is the issue? 2 main batters, and now who is in is Zabayo Sandrin.
Before getting to double digits, you get 2 wickets of yours in the wicket column. Adeline, it's always worrying. Now, all of a sudden, that total of 104 starts occurring bigger and bigger. Isabayo Sandrine, the new batter in, and Irakoze Flora will be the one to take the charge and control the innings. And let's wait and see, do they bring any balance to their rocking ship, or are they sinking way too quickly? Plays that off the back foot, powerfully hit. The chase is on. Come back. Taking 2 runs there. But these are the deliveries, right after picking up a wicket. You've got to stay consistent and try bowling, targeting the channel of the stumps to keep the batters tight and apply immense pressure upon the newcomers.
And again, here with the batting, then Flora not known to be that big hitter of the ball, but goes up in the vacant region, and but for sure those are half chances, a run out chance, but Sandrine arriving safely.
Yeah, it was a bit funny to see Iradukunda, the bowler, trying to stump but getting nowhere close to the stumps on that occasion. Her wingspan not allowing her to do her justice, picking up and completing a run out. Just couldn't get there. Stays low, again backing away from it. She looks at the leg umpire saying it is a wide, but it is a no ball being called here. I believe it's because the wicket keeper held on to that delivery in front of the stumps. And that is what the leg umpire Evode is explaining to the wicket keeper. Free hit it is.
And this might get to the boundary. Let's see.
Oh yes. Oh no. Sharp throw from the sweeper. Captain there. Nadine. Sharp throw. Just there. If she keeps it on to the line of the off stump region, it's going to be very tough for the batters to throw their bats at it. Because at the back of their mind, they're looking at the fielders. They don't want to get caught in the covers.
And take a look at that, because when the captain was still in, you would expect a boundary here and there. You would expect the rotation of the strike here and there. And when the two starts now to get more dotted deliveries, if they start chewing balls, then it will be another story, because they only need to keep rotating the strike.
Yes, definitely. And as you can see, the margin between the runs required and the deliveries left is getting finer. It's getting chopped down. Required run rate is 5.7 and the current is at 5, but the required run rate is rising at quite some pace. And it's not going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy, I beg your pardon, if you start getting into deficit of deliveries. The dots will become your enemy in the run chase. Plays it off the back foot once again, but no authority behind that shot. Just casual punch to the point fielder. Wimanadian here for a second over. She's picked up a wicket and a massive wicket too of the captain. This time just slaps it past the bowler. Adeline, you've been in the mix of the national team women's. How much of data do you get out of such tournaments? And when you see the national team players in the middle of this tournament, the type of performances they put up, the type of struggles that you see them go through, how much does it help you to align their performances?
And Zaid, it's I mean, take a look at Alice this morning, and that gives you a hint on what to do going forward, because Alice is that kind of a player who she she gives you boundaries, she gives you some runs, but when that thing of fear hits, we talked about it. When it hits, then it makes you hold back. Then you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing at the moment. And oh, good Lord.
Drops it like a hot potato coming her way. Should have been straight away a catch, but it gets in and out in a flash there. Questionable angle there by the bowler. Should we go back to the laws of cricket? I'm sitting with a coach here. I'm not so sure about what part of the law book allows that to happen, but I would allow my co-commentator here to explain to us the degree at which it is legal.
At times when you see something, I mean, you can tell when you see, because seeing it from afar right here in the comms box, that gives you a hint on what is at stake. And what is at stake is obviously the future of this young player, Wiman. Looking at that angle, Zaid, you don't even to know the angle. I mean, in terms of numbers, but you can tell what is wrong and what is right, because here there is another one. Actually, you will get to see.
Yeah, gets a bottom edge on that, and just agreeing with you. What I can tell Adeline here is the fact that the effort the players are putting into the sport, into the game, and having a pure understanding that they're recent beginners, recent starters of the game. I would give them a mellow approach and give them the encouragement to learn the right way. This time, powerfully thrashed through the fielders. She picks the needle through the haystack there, picks up a boundary. Lots of power behind that shot by Flora.
And yeah, there is a lot to be worked on for, I mean, where these young players reside from Mohanga, and of course Coach Veronica will have a lot to do with what is happening and what we are seeing just here to give beautifully picked and beautifully placed into the boundary.
Beautiful shot that. I'll tell you, Adeline, what I really loved about the shot is the adjustment Flora made, picking up the length and rocking back onto the back foot, playing it with the turn, choosing the right area. Look at the adjustment she made and just swatted it powerfully. Final delivery of the fifth over now. Once again, this time in the air. And it gets taken by the captain. Fabulous catch there. Safe pair of hands in the deep. And the captain does no mistake. Placing the right fielder at the right place there. The dangerous Flora has to depart, upon whom the responsibilities were lying. But what a catch that was. It's never easy taking a dive forward and keeping the ball in hand. Be it whichever level of cricket you play, a diving catch is a spectacle to glance upon.
Back-to-back boundaries, and the next ball into the hands of the captain, Nadine Zaiturichi.
Yeah, and that was the result of the previous delivery that Flora played. She waited for it and played it for a boundary. This time around, it barely got off the surface, and she nearly forced a shot out of that. So she had to really wait and get low, trying to get underneath the ball, just couldn't get there and time it enough. Couldn't put in enough power behind it. 5 overs are completed. 26 for the loss of 3. The wickets are tumbling here. Isabel Sandrine, 8 deliveries. And on the screen, we've got another pie chucker coming in for the action. Jersey number 1. Couple of pies coming through the air there. Who's going to have a bite at them? And I feel it's also a point of captains being vocal about it, guiding their players as to what is required. You've got to look the part. It is the Premier League, Adeline. We cannot call it schoolboy, schoolgirl mistake here. We're on camera. Calls it a dead ball there. Vod Mutimana. I wonder what the conversation between the two is out in the middle. Goes down the leg there. The running back coming back for a double chance of a run out. Oh, she makes it. Just in the nick of time there. Good turnaround, good stretch. Dragging that bat along the floor. Ah. Pehla ball. Ah.
She's still
Oh. Calls of yes and no out in the middle. Calls of confusion as the pressure is rising. Ball after ball, delivery after delivery. Let's wait to see when does it panic. When does the panic happen to trigger here? Isabel Sandrine. Not in a million years would that be given as LBW, I tell you. Even a blind umpire could say not out to that.
and at times as a bowler, you know which ball, which delivery to appeal, because you also need to get an idea.
Oh, very, very close there. It's been put down by the keeper and gets hit on the grill there. Some workout for the physio as well. I always wonder when there are 2 games taking place at the very same time and coincidence happens and 2 injuries happen at the same time. Which field does the physio go to? Take your time. Take your time. Give me an appropriate answer. It is very tough. You've got to choose one or the other. Physio decides to go for the more severe, the more emergent injuries. Taps it down on the ground and tries to sneak a single, but nowhere to go. As Mukamsoni, the non-striker, clearly says "Oya" in local language, in the language of Kinyarwanda, in the language of 1,000 hills, declaring no, N-O.
And the thing is, you tend not to speak more of Kinyarwanda, yet you are actually very fluent.
Well, it's helped me in my playing days. It helps me in my personal life. Language breaks lots of barriers, but language could be a barrier itself. 28 for the loss of 3. We're done with the power play. Isabayo Sandrine playing somewhat of a similar innings to that of Alice Ikuzwe. That's one highlight name. She's probably going to give me a stick for mentioning her name too much. 85 now needed in 84. The difference has been trimmed down to bare minimum now. And we're at the brink of it getting into a deficit. 3 overs, 8 runs. Exceptional figures for Uymana Dian. I wonder where she was trying to go after playing that shot. Barely left the pitch.
I mean, that might be the intent of trying to rotate the strike, but again, it has to come off. Just a good shot, a good placement to allow yourself.
In the air, goes over the bowler's head, just gets chipped there. 1 run at a time coming through. Lots of worry, lots of concern for Team Charity here. Definitely Team Gahanga Zebras having the upper hand at the moment. That will be given as a wide. Free gifts for Gahanga by Gahanga Zebras. And ironically, the team that they're giving it to is called Charity.
Good thinking there, Zaid. You've got it right for sure.
Oh, swats that, but one fielder in the line of defense of that shot gets a hand to it. That will be another wide indeed. More charity is being done by Gahanga Zebras here.
And for sure, what a way to bring in such a word, a charity.
Finally, she finds a gap there. It's 1 run at a time. $31 for the loss of 3. Final 2 deliveries of the 7th over here. Isabayo Sandrine playing that innings. How long can she maintain that? And at what given point does the pressure strike her? Oh, very, very late. Very, very late to call off that. What would you make out of that? Pulling out of a delivery that late.
That's hit in the gap for a single, and for sure that was late. And is it? Help me with this. Is it for the umpire to decide? Is it dead ball, or if the ball is struck in the stumps, is it dead ball or you bowled?
Well, ultimately, it is a decision made by the umpire, but according to the laws of the game. Oh, excellent fielding in the deep there. She gets a hand to it and a full body stretch dive, saving a boundary rope there is the captain. She's done exceptionally well at that position. We come to the end of the 7th over there. But coming back to your point, Adeline, ultimately it's upon the umpires. But according to the laws of the game, once the ball has been delivered, you cannot pull out. So it's very critical of the umpire to be watchful of that. So it ultimately comes down to the sight of the umpire. Could it be communicated amongst the two umpires on field? At what point did she pull out of the shot? And also the intent. They've got to keep multiple things in their mind. The intent of the batter or the batsman, the intent of the bowler. At times when the batter leaves the delivery, they still tend to continue with their delivery strike. Fine things they've got to be watchful for. It's just like the case of Mankat.
Yep.
Most people talk about the spirit of the game, but I personally feel it's the watchfulness of the umpires and the players because it's within the laws of the game. It would have been very interesting on that occasion if the ball went on to hit the stumps. I would love to see what decision the umpires would have made. Bits the infield, will race on to the boundary ropes. After a long, long time, we get to see a boundary here from the blade of Mukamusoni Anifa. Very, very welcoming runs, but you can see the required run rate has skyrocketed. She had to fetch that way outside off stump, kept it on the ground, and put lots of power behind that. Just for our viewers there, that shot came by the bat of Isabel Sandrine. Graphics need to be corrected slightly. Out of 40 runs on board, you see Iradukonda is the only bowler that has given and been that expensive. 21 runs she's given away in a span of her 3 overs that she's bowled. Try to lean into that. You can clearly see more long off. Just a mid off in place. And a very wide long on. Eight overs completed here. 41 runs on the board. Charity. See the dugout. Couple of worried faces there. The captain feeling as though she's not done justice to her side today with the bat in hand. She had a brilliant time with the ball in hand. That's what the game of cricket teaches you. Not every day is the same. There comes Alice Ikuzwe into the attack. And straight away starts off with the dotted delivery.
And Alice Kuzbe having bowled brilliantly yesterday against Hampshire. And of course, will be expected to do something with the ball in hand.
It's going to be a bit of a worry here, Adeline. Having a look at the surface, there's plenty of grass on the surface, but no bounce. Stays fairly low. This time walks it around the corner, and that will be a boundary. Using the pace of Alice, wrong line, and has to pay the price. Just a nudge around the corner there. Just guiding it. No power. Just the pace of the bowler there coming in to use.
That was Anifa Mukamsoni sneaking in a boundary, much needed one. Hit down the ground. Alice feels from her own bowling.
Yeah, short arm jab there by Mukamsoni. Just hitting it straight back to the bowler. No timing behind that whatsoever.
Pace off.
Pays off and plays off really well there. Ikuzwe Alice completely foxing Mukamusoni. Had her lost. She swung that bat yesterday. Very early on to that one. Once again, similar looking delivery there. And cutting off the pace has been very fruitful for them. End of the 9th over, 45 for the loss of 3.
Okay, that had not given away that boundary. That would have been a maiden. And look at now the skyscrapers.
Yeah, a couple of them with double wickets coming through. For both sides, I must say. Especially Muhanga Zebras. See, they have 3 Manhattans where 2 wickets fell within an over. Getting very hot here. Also the camera crew experimenting with their equipment, trying to maximize and see how further they can push their boundaries of vision. Ngabire Georgette comes here. She's done exceptionally well with the bat in hand, scored her 50. What can she do with the ball in hand? Full and straight. Gets underneath the bat. Gets off the mark there, Isabayo.
And again, knowing Georgette, you won't see her bowling often. And in the national team, to be specific. But now, being trusted to be given the ball, I mean, she can go in there. I mean, she can deliver a good gem of deliveries. But not this one.
Yeah, typical part-time bowler delivery there. Tells you she's not often rotating those arms as a bowler. But the captain providing her the opportunity. That's the beauty of league games. Full. It's been clubbed. Who's getting underneath it? The fielder grabs onto that one. Second catch for her. Very, very safe in the deep there. That's one thing about Mohanga Zebras. They do take their catches very seriously. Was in the air for a very, very good amount of time. Safe hands there. Exceptional take. Fourth wicket goes down for Team Charity.
Charity, not today, not even yesterday, but even from the start of this tournament, Charity had been playing below their standards. And the very first game, failing to chase 137, but again in response, Charity posted 19 all out. So that tells you a thing or two about the standards of how they are playing on nowadays. And the people who had been putting up some runs for the team again, including Diane herself, and even Katia. Katia didn't make it today, but again, she is someone again who is very handy with the bat in hand. Put up some runs and give the team a fighting score on board.
Yeah, the senior players and the key players need to play their part and also encourage the youngsters to somewhat come in and be providing that underdog pressure, underdog performance, trying to push the seniors and let them know that they're here to play some serious game.
Rosette Shimavana comes in, joining Isawai Sandrin, who is on 12 of 22 deliveries. And goes up in the air. Alice underneath. Oh, good Lord. Drops a sitter.
Not just a seater, she's dropped it like a hot pot of soup. Just there. Everything was going right until she started getting too casual with it. Didn't have to wait too long. She celebrates the very next delivery there. The happiest person on that field would be Alice Ikuzwe. Doesn't have to face the youngster after committing such a crime of a drop. Bare minimum effort there by the batter. Doesn't trouble the scorers as well. Another addition to the park, to the farm. I've converted it into a park now, Adilin. The numbers are way too many. The population is on high rise. 47 for the loss of 5. Half of the team is back into the dugout. And the chase seems very, very difficult from here on. It's an absolute mountain to climb. Required run rate is getting higher and higher. One after the other, the deliveries keep going by, and so do the wickets. Final delivery of Ingabire is over. Have a look at her figures today.
Massive. 2 in 2. Actually, 2 conceded 2, picked up 2. And 2 big ones, I might say, because Rosette can come in handy with the bat. And now Moringa Sonia, the part-timers with the bat starts to come in. But again, I might say you can't be a part-timer with the bat because everyone in the 11 will bat, but not everyone in the 11 will bowl.
Yeah, lots of white noise in the background there, not allowing the batter to rotate and pick a run. 10 overs completed, 47 for the loss of 5. Identical position Muhanga Zebras were in the first innings until Georgette came in and played that marvelous innings. You can see the warm moving close to each other as very friendly neighbors.
And Ikuzwe Alice will come back to bowl her second and over number 11 as well. Zavayo Sandrine, for how long will you do that? For how long will you keep chewing balls?
And from the looks of it, when she takes that leg stump guard, exposing all the stumps in front of her, anything pitching in line will be something to worry about. Because at some point she's going to swing across the line of delivery. We've seen it multiple times.
And look at the trigger. Just triggers a bit, gets into the stumps, and from there, if you try to play across the line, you will not give Janvier a lot of work because the only thing will be, you know the drill.
Yeah, I like what Ikuzo Alice is doing here. At the moment, what seems like a bluff, she's trying to get some edge onto it, and also trying to make the batter think that she's looking for an edge, but she's looking for that line onto the stumps, looking for a LB just there. It is a proper setup, trying to baffle the batter in order to think that the delivery will be coming outside off, and then at the very final moment, you realize it's coming onto your stumps. With a sort of stance that she takes and the trigger, you become a victim of that. You can clearly see just taps it. This time square of the wicket, trying to come back for a double, but her partner not interested. Literally turned her back onto her partner.
And Sandrine seems to not be happy for not taking the second run. Again, just swings everything out and finds the fielder in the dip. And that will be just a single. And more of these will do the math well for them.
Yeah, from here on, Isabayo Sandrine's survival won't just help your side. You've got to get those runs, at least single doubles coming through, but boundaries shall also start checking in once you get comfortable putting ball onto bat. 11 overs completed, 50 runs exactly on the board, the loss of 5. Alice Ikuzwe yet to pick a wicket, but she's given away only 7 runs in her 2 overs that she's bowled.
And the lowest score of the tournament will be 16 for 2 in 7 overs. And that was the first game in that Hampshire versus in that Maidens. And that day it rained and the overs had to be reduced. And yeah, I think they did what they had to do. They did whatever they could to get themselves there. And Georgette comes back into the attack.
Such a predetermined defensive shot that was by Isabayo Sandrine. Almost even before the delivery came through, she had already decided to keep it on the ground. This time, gets beaten, caught in 2 minds. Should I defend? Should I cut it?
ends up doing none.
Very, very different compared to the Georges that we saw this morning.
Yes, the cautiousness is a thing to worry about. The over cautiousness does affect the flow of runs here. You need to understand it's a limited format. You won't be given too many opportunities to correct yourself and get some runs onto the board there. It also helps you release pressure upon yourself. Look at that delivery. Most often that gets driven. And it's always something I mention in my commentary days of work. When you find the batters and the batsmen playing the correct shot while shadowing right after they've missed a delivery.
Like just like they say that the second shot is always the right one. Because after that, then you try and do what you were supposed to have done way, way before.
Yeah, Moringa Sonia having a look at her bat, wondering what's wrong. Why is it not giving me runs? Clips it around the corner. The youngster gives it a chase. They come back comfortably for a double. Long boundary that side. And the 12th over comes to an end. Just 3 runs being provided in this over. 53 for the loss of 5 after 12. Oh, some vicious, vicious delivery that by Ikuzwe Alice. Did have some spike onto it. Got off the surface really quickly. Top edge. Short third man comes into play there. Just a single.
And it was good. Addison with a difference. Of course, will be for top balls coming in. Sure, they will be looking for wickets, but again, they are not coming good enough. But this time round, here it arrives right on time, and Alice Ikuzwe strikes. It is Moringa Sonia who perishes, trying to go for a defense, just giving it back to Alice, and Alice will not put this one down from her own bowling. A cotton bowled, and another one bites the dust. It is 54 for 6 after 12.5, with one more delivery to come to complete over number 13. And behind the stumps, the wicket keeper puts that one down. You could see the reaction from Ali Sikuzwe. Not very, very happy. Should have taken her second in the over. And after 13 overs, 55 for 6.
Plays it past the bowler there. Will be picking up a single here, but not being helpful. It's going to cause lots of trouble to Team Charity here. They need a couple of boundaries to get back on track here. Isabel Sandrine is in the middle. Hard hands. It's the inner fielder. Cover will be there. Not interested. She's frustrated. She knows that could have easily been a double. But her partner never interested to come back. Kuzue Arena takes the strike now. It's a toe end of the bat to that. And also a single.
And at least they are being able to keep rotating the strike. And there is one man I know who always say that the only way for you to not get out is being at the non-striking end.
Very wise.
Because being at the non-striking end, obviously, striking end, get a single, go the other side. Get a single, go the other side. The scoreboard is ticking. You're still keeping your wicket. And happy days.
Yeah, and have the best seat on the field. Watch your partner do the damage or be damaged. Like right now, as you can see, Isabel Sandrine didn't even take an inch out of the popping crease as she saw that delivery. Look at the teapot she's giving her already. No signs of taking off. This time around, she watches it sail past the fielder and rotates and picks up the strike off the very last delivery. "14 overs done here, 61 for the loss of 6. Isabel Sandrine has reached to 18 of 34 deliveries. And very, very hot here at Gahanga, as you can see the mirage clearing and coming off the surface there. Very hot under the shades. Players are resting. Now also the bystanders taking a shade under the trees here. That's one thing about Rwanda. Very green. Land of 1,000 hills, but very green hills we've got around.
Now the sun will be coming out very, very big time. Good word, harsh picked up. Now it will be rare to see rain nowadays from this May until August.
Yeah, and what's there as a fact that also geographically the part of Rwanda, the region of Rwanda that we're in, tends to be the hottest. Going towards the Bugesera area, get to see the hottest parts of Rwanda.
That will be the only reason why it's called the East. And that is a hit pierced through the gap. The ball is racing away. The fielders did well in the dip. And they will settle for just a double.
Yeah, they did really well there in the deep, managing to keep the ball within the boundaries there and saving 2 runs on that occasion. Look at that, hunting in pairs. Clearly, both of them thinking, who's going for it? Should I go for it? Is my partner going for it? Finally, someone had to pull the trigger. Oh, beautiful delivery. This one just went above the bails there. So close to the stumps. Zaiturichi Nadine, captain, comes into the attack from the road end and 3 deliveries. She's bowled, giving away just 2 runs. Targeting the stumps. No intent behind that shot. Easiest of dot balls. In the air, but in the vacant region as well. The innings has slowed down dramatically. From the looks of it, it seems Team Charity will opt to play out all the 20 overs. If they might have hoped to chasing down the total, it's going to be close to impossible. Mathematically, still very possible, but cricketingly, I say it's more than tough.
And 15 overs down, 64 for 6. Gahanga Zebras looking to be in things, looking to be heading to a victory.
Yeah, the blue worm was above the yellow worm, but then it took a dive around the 9th over. At the end of the 10th over, it started diving downwards and never seemed to be going towards the yellow worm again. And that is where Team Charity have been taking their hits. Last 30 deliveries of this innings. Which way does it play out? Swing and a miss. No idea where the ball was. She just gave it the Happy Gilmore swing and nothing coming into contact. Missed it like a missed call. And another missed call right there.
And more will be coming in, as in the 2 batters. Sandrine is still very okay staying in there, not showing signs of aggression, not showing signs of trying something out, as the run rate required jumps to 10, close to 11.
You know, most often I would have this conversation with Mr. Leonard about names being very descriptive, especially from his motherland, from his home country, Zimbabwe, where you find someone being called Perseverance, someone by the name of Blessing, or someone being called Hard Work. Rundi's names are also very similar. It's just that they are in Kinyarwanda. Very interesting name you see on your screen there, Chuzuzo. Any descriptive meaning behind that? The reason I asked that question, Adeline, is because I've seen names like Bizimana, Kundimana, Sabe Mungu. So very descriptive names.
The tweezers of this world,
Yes.
including myself.
Yes. But I completely lost it when I saw the Zimbabwe name called Hard Work. How do you have that on your ID? Beautiful boundary, that of the final delivery of Chuzozo Benita. Went down the wrong line, and immediately her eyes lit up the moment she picked up the length, put it to the boundary ropes with ease. "71 for the loss of 6 wickets. 16 overs have gone by. 42 in 24. Big ask this. We'll need plenty of those boundaries from here on.
That's a hit up in there, couple of bounces to Kuzgwe Alice at a long off for just a single, and I'm not sure if singles will help them with anything going forward. If they are looking forward to keep taking the game even deeper, Kuzgarina and Sandrine will have to try and get some boundaries in, get 1 or 2 in the over, and at least look to rotate the strike here and there. At least you'll be doing yourself a favor. But now, needing 11 runs and over, that is a big ask and a big mountain to climb.
You could see on that occasion, Adeline Zaiturishi Nadine just forcing that arm, trying to give it a bit extra, ends up going down the leg, losing her line. Had she made it as simple as she's been bowling, would have turned out to be a good, would have turned out to be a better delivery. Once again, just rotating the strike there. These runs will not bother Mohanga Zebras as much, but they would like to keep the bare minimum, and that will affect the net run rate of the tournament and the standings as they lie. Stays low, gets bitten once again.
That should be a chance taken. And Isabel Sandrin runs herself out.
Yeah, it's taken 40 deliveries to get herself dismissed from the pitch there. Her partner not communicating and not responding to her call of a quick single there. Sharp throw, sharp fielding. The wicketkeeper makes no mistake. Look at that, just a toe end of the bat and off she was going. There was never a run there. Never even looked like she was going to make it. Far, far away. New batter in, Vermilion Margaret. A very experienced campaigner. Comes out to the middle with a lot on her hand. 38 needed of 18 deliveries. 7 wickets have gone down. Miracle is what they need from here on.
And who will go on and perform such miracles? Because they look to be settled in getting those singles, which are not good enough to take them through. 13 runs now is the asking rate.
Facing a first delivery is Vermilion Margaret. Plays it around. Picks up a single. No damage done here. Slowly slipping out of their hands. The grip is loosening up for Team Charity. In the air, goes over the fielders there. Alice Ikuzwe will not allow that to be a boundary. Final over this by Ingabire Georgette. As she comes from the mound end. It's played an exceptional knock, scoring 50 runs and now also has 2 wickets to her name. Firm contender for player of the match. Twists and turns that into a boundary around the corner for 4. Vermilion Margaret is coming in. We get to see some exciting turn of events from here on. Look at that. Just brooms it around the corner.
Can we get to see more of those?
Yes, please. I would love to see that fight from Team Charity.
For sure, for sure. Getting 3 more in 2 more deliveries. And
went for the kitchen sink, but just got a top edge. Lucky for her, she survives. Nobody was in that area to hold on to it. And what was that? That will be a wide. Plays it on the ground there. Couple of singles coming around. Nothing too fancy. Nothing too harmful for the Mohanga Zebras here. She gets done with her over very, very silently. 21 runs she's given away in her spell. Has picked up 2 wickets. Now our cameraman and the camera crew love that building for some reason. They're just trying to show off their camera lenses as to how much they can zoom in on. 28 needed from the final 12 deliveries here.
And this one here, it beats the batter, it beats the keeper, beats everyone, and it runs away and gets enough legs to get to the boundary.
Yeah, very, very fortunate on that occasion. Beats everything. You know what this is, Adilin? This is the final blip of a candle which is about to die. A candle right before it dies, it shines the brightest. Couple of bright blips. That is what these boundaries are showing us. 90 comes up for the loss of 7. 23 in 11. They're getting closer, but will they get over the line? Around the corner there. Beats one fielder. Won't be beating the second. And just one run coming through.
And this looks very, very possible. And to me, with the likes of Fikusgarina still in, to me, she is the right candidate to go after that score. Because, but again, not forgetting that the bowlers as well are doing very, very good job. They're bowling tight lines.
Yeah, kudos to them. They've been keeping it very disciplined. Occasionally, we've got to see the wides going down the leg, but on most occasions, they've been keeping it nice and tidy. In the air, I believe she was expected to catch that mid-air, but showing no interest in for a catch.
Seeing at least two commentators.
How can you be an international commentator and then you adjust for being just?
We see a slight rise there by the blue worm. But the challenge, final 6 deliveries here. 20 in 6. Do we have a Carlos Brathwaite in there?
I've seen Alice doing that with the bat back in 2025 in Kibuka Women's T20 International Tournament, and here now defending 20 in 6 with the ball in hand.
Let's wait and find out. First delivery. Plays it around the corner, nowhere to go, starts off with a dot. Not really a surprise that by Ikuzwe Arena. Ikuzwe bowling to Ikuzwe. Might find out they're cousins. Past the fielder. No damage done, just a single. She's not going to mind that. Not finding the middle of the bat. The batters of Charity here. Shake of the head by the umpire, another dotted delivery. What matters most is that it is a dot. A delivery has gotten by, despite getting a shake of the head by the umpire and the call not being favored in your end. Once again, the appeal, no results. Very, very well bowled this over by Ikuzwe Alice. (16 of 26 deliveries. Ikuzwe Arena. Misses it completely, and a fumble there by the wicket keeper allows them to rotate the strike. The curtains are being closed upon Team Charity here very, very quickly. 17 needed off 1 ball. I doubt any batsman could do that.
Mathematically impossible. And that would be just a single.
The game is done and over. With that delivery, Team Mohanga Zebras win this competition against Team Charity Cricket Club. They didn't lose all their wickets, scored 97 on the board for the loss of 7. Mohanga Zebras winning this competition by 15 runs. And here we have a scorecard. At the very top, Irakoze Flora scoring 16 off 16. Got them to a good start. Wasn't really helped by her partner. And then in the middle, the big wickets of Bimenyimana Marie Diane. She was out cheaply. 4 of 4. Isabayo Sandrine played 40 deliveries to get to her 23. The lack of strike rate coming into play there. And here we have it, the most expensive of the lot being Iradukunda Joyce Gemma, who picked up a wicket, and her partner Mushimimana Anastasie. The difference being Joyce picking up 1 wicket. The best of the lot being Ingabire Georgette, 2 wickets to her name with an economy of 5.25. 18 extras were provided. Highlight of the game, that spectacular knock by Ingabire Georgette, 50 of 38 deliveries. Do join us shortly for the post-match presentations. That will be done and conveyed by Mr. Adeline, my co-commentator. Signing out is Zaid Khan.
It is day 4, game number 15 of the Rwanda Women's T20 Cup, and this afternoon's encounter, it is Indatwa Maidens taking on Charity Women's Cricket Club, and Kayla being the captain, Indatwa Maidens, Diane the captain, Charity, and the third umpire to officiate the toss, Kayla being the home captain, and will do the flip. Tails is the call. And heads it is. Kayla, congratulations on winning the toss.
Thank you so much.
And Kayla, what are you going to do first? And please, reasons behind.
We're going to bowl first because we trusted them. I trusted them, and we want more than 60.
You want to restrict them at 60 runs, right? And any changes in the team that played yesterday?
No change.
And all the very best. Right. Did the toss work in your favor?
We can say yeah, because we also wanted to bat, so yeah, it went our way.
And this morning you just lost your game against Gahanga Zebras. And any changes in the team that's playing this afternoon?
It's only one change. Fabiola is coming in and Merin is out.
And please enjoy it and all the very best. News in the middle, Indatwa Maidens winning the toss and opted to bowl first.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome everybody once again here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. That was the toss for the competitors this afternoon. It's Indatwa Maidens taking on Team Charity Cricket Club, who will be playing the second game of the day. And Indatwa Maidens winning the toss and opting to bowl first. The match will soon begin, and be an interesting competition this afternoon. We'll get to see if Team Charity can come back after their loss this morning. The responsibility lies upon the captain, Diane Marie Bimenyimana. I'll take this moment to welcome everybody to women's cricket, where the shots are classy, the sledging is clever, and the fielding is so good it makes the men nervous. The fans are hyped, the music is pumping, and the bowlers are warming up with the energy of someone who's just drank 3 coffees. What is guaranteed today? Entertainment, excitement, and at least one commentator shouting, "What a shot," before the ball even crosses the boundary. We'll soon get the game started here as the officials take on the field. And Indatwa Maidens set up. We have the 2 openers walking in for Team Charity. The morning game that Team Charity played, they failed to reach the total that they were chasing, but managed to play out the full quota of 20 overs. Be interesting to see what sort of total they post this afternoon. On-field umpires, we've got the Evod, Mutimimana, and the leg umpire, Vicky Prajapati. Facing ball number 1 is Irakoze Flora. Starts off with a leg stump line. Just helps it around the corner there. First runs on the board. They're running hard. They come back for a comfortable double. First runs on the board for Team Charity there. Positive start to the second game. That will be given as an extra. How wide it is, indicated by a VOD. As we've seen early on in this surface from the morning game as well, very little bounce being given by the surface here. The bowlers been skidding it on to it's been given as a wide. Harsh call, I must say, on that occasion. Try to bowl the slow one. Much better delivery this time by Gahozo. Didn't see much from Irajana Sonia in the morning game. Erko Flora wasn't able to adapt to it and put on any performance as well. Be looking forward to correcting themselves this afternoon. Keeping it very, very close to the wide line over there. Very silent over so far. 5 runs have come through. 3 runs being provided as extras. Just 2 coming off the blade of Flora. Team Charity need to step up on the gas there. Put on some runs within the power play. Slow delivery was in the air. Chance of a run out. No, gets thrown at the wrong end. Bit of a missed call there between the two batters, but all is well as ends well. Very disciplined bowling this by Agahozo Keza. This time she plays it around the corner. Nowhere to go. Beautiful shot this time. And that will be the first boundary of this innings. Beautifully put away by Rajana Sonia off the final delivery of the over. 9 runs coming off the first over by Agahozo Keza. Let's have a look at that one more time. She picked up the length very, very early. And the placement was immaculate as well. For our viewers that have come on to catching some live action this afternoon, the game between Team Charity and Indatwa Maidens being taken place here at Gahanga B. Indatwa Maidens at the very bottom of that table, fighting against Team Charity at the second last position. And also to remind all our viewers, I couldn't have survived this match alone, so thankfully I've got Mr. Adelin with me here in the commentary box, cricket expert, storyteller, and someone who can predict a wicket 3 balls after it's already happened. Welcome to the commentary box, Mr. Adelin.
Thank you very much, Zaid. This afternoon is too hot. Right into the block hole for Adolpo. The hot Kigali.
Yeah, in regards to the weather and in regards to the game that we witness, the competition battle between the ladies out there in the middle. We'll be looking forward to correcting mistakes they've had earlier on today, trying to come back from that position. And very rarely do we get to see Team Charity being at the very bottom of the table like that.
And let's try to dig deeper and see, because take a look at when Charity has their usual players, and at some point they've got Janet Babazi from Uganda, Kevin Awino, and those two, whenever they are available, they power Charity to a certain total, but a fighting one, to give them a chance. And looking at their previous 4 games that they've played so far, not crossing anything like 3 figures, 100, nothing, failing to chase 81, failing to chase 117, and this time round, just that they've batted fast. Maybe we get to see something on board. That's the question to ask, and we can only find out later. But now that we are not seeing Janet and Kevin Awino in the mix, then it is costing them big time. And to me, that is the key to Charity, because, and again, when Diane hasn't scored some runs, no one else shows up to put up something on board to give themselves a chance. So in my own opinion, I think those are the main areas. Those 2 players, and Diane as well, cashing in terms of runs.
Yeah, very well said. And that also tends to make sense when you think about why Diane is holding herself back into the batting lineup and not opening the innings. She's very capable of doing that. We've seen it in the past. And it would be interesting if she backs herself and comes into the attack opening, being reliable, standing in there from ball number 1. We saw that sort of performance by Nzaiturichi Nadine earlier today. She's a bowling all-rounder, in all fairness, but she opted to open for her side because she wanted to be the mentor alongside the batters that are opening the attack.
And Diane as well, if you look at the innings she had anchored for Charity, all the innings that she played so good, she had opened. So that tells you a thing. Let's allow the appeal. The umpire says nothing. And dot ball it will be to end over number 2.
Yeah, I believe must have taken some bat onto it because it looked very, very straightforward. We're done with 2 overs, 14 runs on board for no loss. That has been the case here. And also bringing the fact that when you're missing out on key players, you get a reality check coming into your side because you can't be depending on just 2 players that haven't showed up. Cricket is a sport played as a team, as a unit.
And compared to Indatwa and Gahanga Queens, Indatwa as well, they've got 3 batters who perform consistently. That is Giselle Shimwe Henriette, and Lydian the opening batter. So those three always make sure that something is on board. That is why they they maintain their winning streak. And right now they just lost to, that's just a freebie. And those will be 4 no balls. And it is dispatched into the boundary for a 4.
Yeah, lots of power. Muscling that ball into the boundary ropes. A proper slap, you'd say. Flat bats that. The fielder stood no chance there despite the efforts. Boundaries are coming in. They're doing much better than they did in the morning. 19 runs for no loss after 2.
Free hit coming in. And that will be a dot ball.
Oh, misses it altogether. She jumped at it, but then swung her bat way too early.
And yeah, coming into that, look at Gahanga Queens. Gahanga Queens has a long batting lineup, which allows them to try all sort of things. The top order will come in. Even if they lose wickets earlier on, you still have some guys behind there who will come in and close the gap. So unlike Charity, you can never rely on just one player. And what happens is what is happening really. If that one player doesn't click, then a lot is at stake.
Shambles. You find your entire team in shambles when the key players don't play their part. Very, very minimal footwork there by Irajana Sonia. She's struggled with her feet. Very rarely does she move them. Agahozo Keza providing a very challenging pace on offer here. As long as she can maintain the proper length of attack, she'll be very useful for Team Indatwa here. In the air and pierces the gap there. Lovely effort in the deep, saving vital runs for Team Indatwa.
And I tell you what, yesterday those Okeza Wanet picked up 6 wickets. And those 6 wickets, they were very, very good balls. And today I was hoping that she gives a fight, and she delivers very good deliveries this time around to challenge Charity batters. But now she had swallowed 18 in just 1.3 overs. And that tells you a lot about consistency and making sure that you reflect on what you did well going into the following or the next game.
Yes, definitely. And when it comes to the limited format or just the game itself, you'll always find people talking about form or being in proper times, in good times. What does it link up to? It's all a bundled up build up of consecutive performance, consistency. Consistency is key. Be it cricket, be it any other sport. You might not be an opening batter who's scoring 50s every game, but if you manage to put on 25 runs every innings that you go in, you're ever so reliable. And as you know, the saying that goes around these days, 30 is the new 50 in T20.
Yeah, and for sure it is. The more you maintain The momentum again is such a nice thing to. I mean, you've got to keep it going anyway. And Hornet is still struggling with the lines. Again, it comes back to the right and left hand combination.
What just happened right now is a copy paste moment to what happened in the morning game. The same shot was played to the same fielder, but the takeoff was slow. This time around, they've corrected themselves and picked up that single very, very quickly and efficiently.
And for sure, Sonia was heading that end as well. So they were bowling from the same end. So I hope now going forward they will learn a thing or two about how they go about the business. Last delivery taking forever to come.
Yeah, this over has taken really long. And a very, very well executed slow delivery by Agahozo. End of the third over, 27 for no loss is Team Charity. As you can see on the screen there. Blurry visions, proper hit here at Gahanga. It's coming into summer season. But the grass is green. Kudos to the groundsmen here at Gahanga taking good care of the cricketing facilities. In the air, catches the call, goes over the fielder. And easily they collect 2 runs. Lots of positives this afternoon for Team Charity.
And among the positives, strike rotation, and again, as well as boundaries. Boundaries are coming as well. Flora's strike rate, not that bad, but at least here the catching up will be very easy.
She waited and waited until she no longer could. Plays it around the corner in the end. In the morning game, she ended up giving away a spectacular catch in the deep to the captain, trying to play a similar shot. Almost a deja vu moment for her. But this time she battles off the demons. Oh, stayed very, very low on her. Irakoze Kessi. Such a struggle for the batters trying to put those deliveries away because they barely get off the surface. And that will be the first wicket. Caught and bowl by Irakoze. A gift of a wicket by Erajena Sonia. And it was such an interesting fielding position by the captain as well, right behind her bowler. I don't think I've seen such a field position ever. Look at that, hard hands, and it just pops off the surface this time, and easiest of catches. She makes no mistake. Picks up a wicket of the 4th delivery. 12 over 15, Erajena Sonia. As you can see, our cameraman showing us the landscape around here at Gahanga. Do not be fooled by the green mountains that you see in the distant vision there. It is very hot by the natural country altitude that Rwanda has. The sun tends to hit you different. Proper pie being bowled there by Irakoze Kesi gets just put away. And a fumble there. Oh, you know what the coaches say. Never try to steal a single off a misfield. Butterfingers by the fielders in the deep. I believe a few more extra bites of lunch would have put them to sleep. I'll tell you, Adeline, the battle that we see right now in the middle is David taking on Goliath. A very visual difference in height. We've seen plenty of players not so tall. International cricket, we've seen Mr. Temba Bavuma, who went on to be the winning captain of the World Test Championship. Spectacular performance. At the moment, you can see the captain and the bowler, Uimanzi Kiera, bowling to Dian Bimenyimana. Very, very different physically.
Yeah, again, it's the game we play, and it is always the game for everyone. It is the game of cricket for all. But again, yeah, she's still that young, and being that young allows her to keep learning more, and again to keep getting better.
Yeah, and it can be such a challenge as a batter trying to get underneath the length that she provides because it barely gets off the surface. So, in order for you to provide the elevation into your shot, it requires immense amount of skill and power because trying to get that angle right. Look at that. Oh, very, very close. Nearly had her. Nearly. Bimenyimana Marie survives that delivery. Trying to jump out. And there is a sense of agitation by Bimenyimana. She was jumping out to it, trying to step out and hit the ball straight, but misses it completely. Excellent over. Gave away just 2 runs in her over, the captain. 5 overs have been completed, 33 for the loss of 1.
You out, you don't out.
And that will be taken. Dian Bimenyimana, not her day with the bat in hand. She will be fuming and furious with herself, catching practice at the brink of the 30-yard circle. Look at that. Again, it's that delivery being pieced way outside off stump. It's a baited delivery, I always say. And she tends to throw her bat at it.
And if we can have the previous delivery right before this wicket delivery, and look at that delivery. Look at this. Look at that turn. Beautifully bowled, a gem of a delivery. And now the next delivery, she offered it was too full, but width was there for the taking, but the execution now was very, very different.
Well, it's not easy to keep cool under that lid in such a temperature there, but she was all done. She was squared up by the leg break was having a bite out of the surface there and turning it square. She was in no position to respond to that delivery. Bowls it down the leg, albeit wide. Isabel Sandrine played 40 deliveries in the morning game to get to 25 runs. A very, very long stay. For what cause exactly?
I mean, it's the shorter format of the game, and you don't really have enough time to experiment a lot.
Yeah, it was a marathon innings, but not the result they expected or hoped for. Plenty of free deliveries going by. 36 for the loss of 2. Very disciplined bowling so far by Team Indatwa. Power play is done. 36 for the loss of 2. Moving slowly and steadily and also giving away the wickets. This has been the highlight so far. The first 6 overs of play. First boundary of the innings. And then gets muscled once again. Beautifully timed. That was a horrid delivery above waist height. And then that catching practice. Caught and bowled there. Squared up delivery. Look at that. She nearly tumbled. And then the very next ball gives away a catch. Excellently taken. She was posing even before she took the catch. So that has been the story of the first 6 overs of play here. The captain comes back into the attack. Bowling to Isabayo Sandrine, who doesn't mind staying at the crease very long. But how much damage can she do this afternoon will be one thing worth watching. A full toss delivery gets played around the corner there. Has she learned a thing or two from the first game? That will be key to watch.
And at least at this stage of the game, she just came in when they don't have issues in terms of runs, even wickets. So that will give her a chance to try something, try and play freely. Just down the ground, get some runs on board. And get yourself some runs as well. Now on 2 of 5, again looking to be going the same route?
Here's a thing I had a conversation with Mr. Leonard about some time back when we were doing commentary in the same box. I asked him players like Irakoze Flora, Isabel Sandrine, Diane Bimenyimana, all these batters that you feed with sidearms day in, day out, and they tend to connect the single spot in the middle of the blade every time in the practice sessions. Why is it that the nervousness comes into play? This time it's been clubbed, and that will be the first maximum of the day here at Gahanga B. Absolutely muscled and crunching that onto the leg side. Oh, she's hit the screws off that one. Sent it on an aerial route. Beautifully timed that by Irakoze Flora. And she can do that damage. We spoke about playing freely. This is the kind of shot and this is the kind of performance Irakoze Flora can put up when she's allowed to play freely. And the messages have to keep coming in from the dugout.
And now, how do you relate this to what you were trying to talk about just now?
Yeah, you see, when I used to talk about middling the bat from the sidearms by the coaches and whatnot, it is always a matter for me when it comes to the confidence of striking a cricket ball. And the more you middle the ball, beat the nets, beat a game. The moment a player feels like they've middled the ball, the confidence shoots high, really high. Be it a tail ender, be it an opener, be it a middle order. Doesn't matter. As long as you connect the middle once, you've seen the script of a game completely being flipped by players who connect the middle of the bat. You start timing it well, you start feeling more confident. It's like being hit on your body one time. The fear is gone. Once you get hit, the fear gets off. And it's the same as connecting a shot once. It's a moment of self-realization. Once you time a ball, your body reacts to the timing so naturally that you adapt to it instant. And that is why when coaches feed those sidearm deliveries in the nets, my question to Mr. Leonard was, why is it that the nervousness comes into the game? And he responded to me saying, it's just the mindset with which the players walk into the crease with. Earlier on, we saw the body language of certain players dropping even before they reach the popping crease. Other players, yes, even if they're not timing the ball well, but the intent is clear. We saw that by the tail of the morning game. And it's the same with Flora. You can see the intent. The intent by Isabel Sandrine is very low.
And talking about the intent, it is not always about hitting this cricket ball hard. It is not about looking for those sixes. It is not about looking for those boundaries, but just a scoring. Keep the scoreboard ticking, because by the time you start realizing that I don't have so much time in here, the overs have gone and we need runs, that's when now you try to do what you should have done way before. And a cleanser over, and it is Irakoze Kesi who gets another.
Yeah, couldn't manage to pull off her marathon this afternoon. Will be in the shades very, very early. Look at that. Lots of turn around her legs. Absolutely bamboozled by the magical delivery of Irakoze Kesi. Isabel Sandrine has got to depart for 3 off 7.
And after 8 overs, 46 for 3.
Something about the leg breaking deliveries, the leggies, the spinners. Once it turns, there's something magical about it. It turns away from the batters and absolutely makes them look baffled.
And you know the funny part will be knowing that you're being bowled at Alex Spina. The ball will be moving away from you, but again you still want to access that lakeside region. You still want to go across the line into the cow corner region, and that amazes me, and it's very interesting.
And the saddest part and the hardest part for a batter or a batsman to accept is the fact that it is a slow bowler whose
You know,
ball you completely missed. Not mistimed, but missed altogether. A slow bowler. Had it been quick, you've got the excuse, oh, the bowler was too quick for me, I couldn't put my bat onto it. But a slow bowler takes your wicket. That is the frustrating bit. Getting out to an absolute pie. You never get away from that.
and Yisuzo Tesire comes in from the Mount End. And there is so much in Kisi's bowling for sure. And she's not even just a leg spinner, she is a wrist spinner.
No, I used to have a chat back in my days, in my playing days, with a very good friend of mine back in my home country, India. And he would always tell me when it comes to batting, it's more you'd you'd rather have the talk of what you should have rather than what you could have or what you would have. You know, it's more about what you should have. You should have been doing this. Chance goes down. And that was a simple catch for the captain, but the teammate decided to be a bit more athletic and they put it down as a unit. That should have been a catch.
Should have been taken easily.
You get what I mean? Right now, we can't be talking about what could have been taken, what would have been taken.
Exactly.
What should have been taken is what matters.
And Nifa Mukamsoni survives on that one and gets back on strike.
With the amount of heat happening around Rwanda these days, somebody has to apply for a water park very soon in terms of development here and have a meeting with Rwanda Development Board. Try set up a water park, a water theme park somewhere around here, Gahanga. Get a proper crowd in, get the facilities on, new access, new experiences, new business. Look at that. That is the sign of drought. As dry as most of the batters here in Team Charity. Very, very dry. Asking for the cricket gods to shower some rains of runs. I just feel
Irakoze Kisi comes back. That's beautifully hit. And that is racing away to the boundary. And it gets to the boundary.
Well, it took forever for the ball to reach to the boundary ropes. For a moment, I thought it would stop just before the boundary ropes there. But yeah, she gave it all. Look at that, posing after striking that shot. Oh, fielder there, casually just getting to receive the ball from the boundary ropes. A very big difference, significant difference from how they played out today morning. 54 for 3. Flighted delivery, swing and a miss. In the air, up and over. The captain is giving it a chase.
Such a lovely, lovely diving effort from Agahozo Keza on it. On that particular chance.
Yeah, the dive was put in, but the ball touches the ground there, so it goes all down in vain. The conditions on offer, leaving some skin behind on the ground there. You'd hope you take those chances. Flighted delivery once again, and a well left in a T20 format. 10 overs, halfway mark, 58 for the loss of 3.
Nasira Mukubwa with 5 innings and with 14 wickets, and that is massive. 5 innings, getting 14, and Nasira doing her things for sure.
Flighted delivery connects it on the full, but no run being taken. Hard hands, and the ball always tends to race towards the fielders. Had she been more mindful, softer hands, they can steal singles because all the fielders are standing at the brink of the 30 yards. Look at that. Instead of just playing a drive, if she can just drop it right with the bounce and then push for a single.
And that's a great observation, Zaid. All of them only having a long one and a cow corner in place. The rest are just deep at the 30-yard mark. And again it comes with the mindset how ready are you to keep runs coming? And how watchful are you? Because take a look around, where can I get runs? And then you act accordingly.
Yeah, you don't need to swing your bat at everything. You just need
Exactly.
to tickle the ball around left and right, keep the fielders on their toes, you know, tap and go, play some mind games, disturb the bowler with a constant change of strike. Growing up playing cricket, Adeline, we were always told you've got to disturb the fielders. And there are multiple ways of doing that. If you can't find the gaps, just drop it nearby and make sure your partner is ready to take off. And that is where the question of communication comes in. Have a look at that. Trying to drive everything will not be the answer.
And 11 overs down, 61 for 3. And about disturbing the fielders, there's a great of the game, Steve Tikolo, because he always says that in his early days of playing, he used to love seeing fielders running, chasing the ball, going to retrieve balls from his blade. And for sure, the more you do that, that simply means runs. And you've got to do that more often. You've got to keep manipulating the field all over. And of course, you'll be seeing field changes only because of the mindset. What are you thinking? How this is good when it's played willingly, intentionally.
Yes, as you can see, that shot right there being played by Flora, the entire leg side was empty. Everybody, the fielders on the leg side are pushed towards the boundary ropes, the sweepers. So she used her blade with a softer hand and pushed off for a single. If she can do that 6 out of 6 times, those are 6 runs per over. And that will definitely frustrate any bowler. That will be given as a run out. A bullseye by the captain. Trying to have a walk in the park there. Irakuze Flora will be extremely disappointed, but not quite sure where she was headed to. Powerfully strike, and she was. Ooh, can we have a look at that? Slow down a bit. It looked like the bat was trying to be. She was trying to slide the bat, but had she landed the bat in? Look at that side view one more time and slowed if possible. And direct hits, you've got to be heartfelt. Yeah, the bails were off. The bails were flying. She did try to slide her bat, and a very, very good call there by Vicky Prajapati. Eagle eyes. We've got to give the flowers to the umpires when they get it right, definitely. As humans, they're calls which are very harsh. And it's very difficult out there in the middle trying to keep focus, because their responsibility is to keep it as neutral and as fair as possible for the game to continue for either party. The tough job, somebody's got to do it.
And for sure, I mean, there are things you see, and you've got to give them their flowers for sure. Such a tight call, but the right one. And straight hits, they are always very, very tricky when you're not watchful.
Yeah, definitely. Marginal errors will always be there. As humans, we cannot get it right 100% of the times, and it's understandable. At the pace at which the game happens, somebody might miss a trick here and there. But the best of umpires try to minimize that error, which is a great sight, and it's great for the game. In the air, catches the call, and catch will be taken. Daisawa picks up her first wicket. Mukamusoni has got to depart. Wickets are falling in quick succession here, as Team Charity is being tested against disciplined bowling. The fielding as well. They did drop a couple of opportunities early on, but not this time around. Looking very solid, very safe pair of hands there. 2 wickets coming in this over. And that throw by the captain, hitting the bullseye from quite some range. Exceptional to watch.
Kusgerina comes in, joining Rosette Shimwamana, who is yet to face a delivery after that big blow of Flora Irakoze, who ran herself out, I might say. Because there is no way that was a quick single. Hit straight to the fielder and trying to run again. Same thing here, but now Rina had to get there right on time to get straight off the mark. And Shimngamana Rosette will take the strike. Daisawa Esther, such a decent over. If it wasn't for the 2 wide deliveries, she was going to concede only 2 runs. And by the end of over number 12, the score reads 65 for 5. In that one, maidens. The beauty now of getting right here at Gahanga, you will be sitting in the middle of 2 grounds, Ground A, Ground B, watching 2 games in a row. And the beauty of Indatwa maidens, very disciplined, and a very young team that you would love to see them in 3 to 5 years to come. As in, most of these youngsters will have played the under-19 with the likes of KC Kaila, the captain, Onete Agahozo Keza, Gisuizo Tesire, and the rest. And of course, you learn as you grow, you keep improving as you grow. And being very young at that age, doing whatever they are doing, tormenting batters, bowling those lengths and lines, like Onete picking up 6 wickets, getting a 5 up in the air, and Onete gets another 3 catches in the game. And Shimngamana Rosette perishes, and another one bites the dust. It is a charity cricket club who lose another. And the safest hands in the field are Gahozo Keza on it. 66 for 6. And it is a 12.2 overs.
Precisely, Indatwa maidens should be called Indatwa hawks, as they're catching everything in the air. Playing in the air is not safe for Team Charity at the moment. 6 wickets down for 66. Get the Devil's number on there. Bowling it full once again. And the captain has been very, very active in that part of the ground. Just the mindfulness and placing yourself as a captain at that particular place in the field. Letting the batters know that we're going to make you play the straighter drives. And that is exactly why I'm putting myself in that position.
Again, Keira fielding from end to end. That might be her favorite fielding position. Look at that. Just that she paused off spin. It won't be ideal for seamers to go from end to end. Oh my goodness.
Out it is. An exceptional throw after the fumble there. We called it early on, trying to steal a single off a misfield. It's always a dangerous call. Wicket number 7 goes down. Moringa Sonia tried to come back for a double. Gives away her wicket. And there was an awkward slide as well as she tried to complete her second run. Running into the fielder there. The collision. And again, once again, a very good call. Luckily, nothing harmful in the end. Apart from losing her wicket.
And surprisingly, the umpire was indicating a short run. So that simply means this was a dot ball.
Very, very good news for Indatwa. And very bad news for Charity.
Imagine sprinting 40 meters and for nothing.
Well, 14 meters just to lose your wicket.
That's a very good sentence to use, because for sure it looks like it.
You run the first one short. That is already a mistake. Then you run yourself out. So it's a mistake being squared.
And 68 for 7 in 12.5. Vermilia Margaret comes in.
And this is about the time that she will have plenty of deliveries to herself. Let's wait and see what she makes out of this opportunity. wide and a misfield by the wicket keeper as well. So 2 runs coming to Team Charity. Form of charity coming to Team Charity there.
And imagine now in that one maidens being able to put some runs on board, because they always only that, oh, that's hit powerfully.
That sounded like a gunshot the moment it left the bat. Plenty of power behind that shot by Ikuzu Arena. Look at that. Waited for it and bang! Slaps it past that fielder. The captain couldn't do much. Beautifully executed there. See, the runs on the board isn't the matter of concern. It's the wicket column that is going to be hurting them the most. 7 wickets in just 13 overs of play. Had they lost just 3 or 4 wickets, it would have provided them the confidence of playing hard the remaining 7 overs. That is just how you read the game. If that mindset is to be applied to the game of Team Charity here, in future games they'll do much, much better.
And for sure, that's the way to go. And in that one maidens, so far their highest score in the tournament when they are batting is 66 against Gahanga Queens.
Adeline, what I've just witnessed is something in terms of batting I find really hilarious, because she tried to open the face of the bat and ended up finding the square edge. Oh, batting can be harsh. Extremely well. She's watching the ball extremely well. Playing a defensive shot with the edge of the bat in the air. Scoops it up for nobody to pick. Nobody was near that. Like we mentioned earlier on, everybody is lying at the very corners of the inner circle there. Wide. Very, very easy decision there for Mr. Vicky Prajapati. Yeah, the hand on the head shows it all. She's wondering, how did I end up bowling on the next pitch besides the pitch that I was supposed to be bowling on?
That were maiden in their maiden appearance in Division 1, and doing great so far. The progress is seen, and for sure, who else will be more prouder? The coaches in the dugout, Eric Hirwa and Ghislaine Mobiei, will be very proud of what the girls have achieved so far. That's muscled timing sprim and into the boundary.
Yeah, plenty of wood on that. And also picking the right areas. Fuller delivery there, 3/4 mark. And in the vacant region there, off she goes to the boundary ropes for 4. Yeah, proud moment for the coaches. They work extremely hard in the background, and kudos to them. Should be giving them the flowers, because they work extremely hard to develop the confidence and the build-up of players, the build-up of a team, the build-up of a unit, and which way the team is performing at the moment the maidens in their maiden performance, I would say they're doing much better than what I remember Team Mohanga Zebra did in their maiden appearance. And White Clouds as well.
And for sure, you're very, very right, Zaid. And the confidence they've got when they're bowling it should go the other way as well. It should be again when they are batting, because they will do their best to restrict you on a certain score. But again, them coming back for a chase, there is still.
This time goes over the head of the fielder and another boundary to close off the over. 14th over gets done here. Look at that. Similar shot, similar results. Lots of elevation, and the fielder was just blindly running into the action without noticing that the ball has been sent above her head. Lovely timing behind that shot. It's 83 for the loss of 7 after 14. Vumilia Margaret is turning up the notches alongside Ikuzwe Ruina. The starting pair was doing good, gave them a base to begin with. 21 of 28 was Irakuze Flora. 12 of 15 was Irajena Sonia. But then ended up being lots of catches and runouts. 2 successful runouts, Adeline, in this innings. Shows you the dedication to fielding that has been put in by the players of Indatwa Maidens. This time around, the captain starts off attacking the channel of the stumps. It's really good to see her keeping it tight. And the length that she's bowling is such a tough length to be bowling on. Doesn't give you too much time. You've got to respond with a straight bat. You go across the line, you will be gone. Oh, nearly had that. For a second, I thought she was going to put in a dive to hold on to it, but she just let it go past her. As of the tropical weather here in Rwanda, Adeline, what is it? What are the common habits and the common hobbies of Rwandese people in the hotter environments, the hotter seasons? What sort of activities do we get to see most often here in Rwanda?
As it again, that comes along with I mean, with the backgrounds of different people, and yeah, people can manage things depending on how. Oh, good Lord, that is a stamping.
And a very, very quick one there indeed. Blink and you miss it. The finger was raised immediately as the appeal came in. Probably her heel off the ground and the bails were taken off. Yes, as she went in. Wicket number 8. 86 on the board for the loss of 8. And I would like my co-commentator to pronounce that name for me.
Umuziranenge Fabiola.
I'll stick to Fabiola.
You also need to give it a try, because at times you will be in the same comms box with Leonard. Then I'm not sure who will be able to.
Well, I wouldn't like to show off my Kinyarwanda skills, you know.
Just for now.
I can always come in with fluent Kinyarwanda and tell you Umuzira Nenge Fabiola.
And you're right.
This time she's been clubbed to the vacant region for 4, right after picking up a wicket. Mixed emotions out in the middle. A wicket and then a boundary to end the over. 90 comes up for Team Charity. 90 on the board for the loss of 8. Look at that, up and over. Clean connection. Such a quick outfield that side due to the heat. Nothing like dew. Nothing to stop the ball from rolling onto the boundary ropes. And Gahanga B does have the characteristics of having the firm ground in the outfields compared to Gahanga A. Gahanga A, I believe, has got thicker quality of grass. It was a no ball, and yet it was caught. Getting closer to triple digits here is Team Charity with 2 wickets in hand. Do they make it there? Swing and a miss. Oh, such a powerful swing of the bat. You could see the dust coming off the surface there as she swung past the delivery. A direct hit there, but she was planted inside the popping crease. Plays a helicopter shot. Less than 5 overs of play left here in the first innings. Kuzu Arena in the middle, out there with Omuzira Nenge Fabiola. Let's see what these two can squeeze out of the remaining overs here. Ineza Mahoro in her second over. Once again, trying to target the leg side. Completely misses out on a delivery meant to be hit on the off. When you do not play on merit, when you do not respect the line and the trajectory of the deliveries that you're facing, you most likely end up giving away lots of dots. knocks her over. Ikuzu Arena has got to walk back, swings across the line, and she's got to pay the price. Final delivery of the 15th over. 16 overs have been completed here. Look at that. Crashing into off stump. And that is a sound that no batter or batsman would like to hear. Do not ever make that mistake of looking back at your stumps when you get bowled. It's one of the nastiest sounds in the game of cricket.
And yeah, it makes sense. And just all of a sudden you hear that sound, and you just look back. I'm telling you, you can imagine the feeling.
Well, of course, by the sound, you know you've messed up. By turning around, it's you confirming how badly you messed up.
I can agree more, for sure.
It's a pure joy for the wicket keepers and the bowlers, especially pace bowlers. They love the sound of demolished timber.
Most especially when it's broken into pieces. Then from there you are like, right, this is it.
Yeah, it's either crashing, it's either breaking the timber, or it's got the stumps cartwheeling. When they just hit the top of off or the top of middle, and you find the stump just doing cartwheels all the way to the wicket keeper. It's just that we've got limited resources to put stump mics here. We've tried it in a couple of tournaments previously, but the sound of the stumps when the ball crashes into it. And that will be the end of the first innings. The curtains have been closed on Team Charity as they failed to reach 100 runs. 93 all out. Wimanzi Kira, the captain, picks up her second wicket, has given away just 17 runs in a span of 3.3 overs that she's bowled. Fabiola not playing the right shot, but it was bound to happen.
And Dorimana Pacific goes without facing a single delivery. It is 93 all out in 16.4 overs. And of course, Industrial Maidens will be needing 94 runs to win from their 20 overs. That's the batting scorecard. And look at Flora again being handy, 21 off 28 with one boundary. Regina Sonia, 12 off 15. And Vumilia Margaret, again, 10 off 8 with two boundaries on her name and 21 extras, of which I feel is a lot. And you just subtract 93, 21, then you get 72. And that would have been a massive, massive effort from the bowling department. And the partnership, the biggest was Lakoze Frola, up there with Sonia of 30. And the bowling scorecard, KC being the peak of the day, 3 wickets, conceding 17 runs and bowled 4 overs. Nizamaholo Clarissa, Daisaba Esther and Umuhide Ornella, 1 wicket apiece. And such a great effort. Such a great effort from the bowlers. And apart from the extras, the rest They did whatever they could, and Charity posting 93 for 10 in 16.4 overs. That one Maidens needing 94 to win from their 20 overs. Just we'll catch up shortly at the ranches as you enjoy the first innings highlights. And we are back for the run chase. Charity managing to post 93 only in 16.4 overs. And in that squad, Maidens needing 94 to win from 120 balls. And it is Charity trying to register their very first win in the tournament. And in that one, Maidens again trying to see themselves off their maiden victory in Division 1 and in this tournament. And remember, it is Rwanda Women T20 Cup, and it is powered by Duffabet, Sportsbox, and of course, Fireflies and Rwanda Cricket Association, making sure that we get everything and anything at the right time. And of course, the media crew as well, making sure that the live stream is well and clear. The graphics looking very good. Kudos to the media crew. And the two openers for Indatwa Maidens, It will be Gisubizo Tesire to be on the non-striking end, as well as Soleil, who will be at the striking end, trying to see if they can get 94 from 120 balls. Very doable, very possible, but again, who will be there to try and get some runs on board? Menyimana Mahidian to open the bowling from the road end, and will be expected to get early breakthroughs, because we've seen the young ladies, they can torment you at any day, at any time, and Diana will be expected to get early breakthroughs. And the umpire calls play and a fast ball up. And fast ball, it is a dot ball. Such a good start. Shimnem Furakazi Soleil and Gisubizo Tesire were sent in to try and do whatever they could to get some runs on board.
Follows it up with a crossing delivery there. Bimenyimana Meridian. We've seen a hint of late outswing with her first delivery, and she can capitalize on that movement against the youngsters here. 94 in 118 deliveries. Very, very doable. Something about the youngsters tells me that they'll be itching to push the singles and doubles here rather than opting to go for the bigger shots if they get some bat onto the ball early on. That's why the fielders on the offside have to be on their toes and alert. Presents the full face of the bat defensively, gives it back to the captain. But a very, very good start this by the captain. First over, 4 dot deliveries to begin with. Knocks her over. Beautiful delivery this time around. The slow one that comes into the right-hander. And the first wicket goes down without any run on board. Oh, performance of authority there by the experienced skipper. Look at that. Off the surface. An off cutter. Taking a bite almost like a spinner. She had no answer to it. Ishimwe Furakazi Soleil. Absolutely clueless about where the ball was going to end up. It ended up onto her stumps. And the captain is walking in. Wimanzi Kera has done well with the ball in hand. She come in and take charge from the position that she's in now. enjoying the shade, the team, but they will be worried. 1 wicket has gone down without them putting on any run onto the board. Moringa Sonia coming in from the Mount End. The captain, Bimenyimana, starts off with a maiden wicket. A maiden against the maidens. Taking her time here. Gets hit higher off the shoulder of the bat there. Even Flora wasn't expecting that bounce from the surface, and that will be a run out. So 2 wickets down, 1 run on the board. Full-bodied split there by Flora, and then the easiest of stumpings and runouts completed. She got into position really quickly. That just shows experience for you. The youngsters aren't having it. They're just running around. Like a friend of mine all the way from Uganda says, running around like a headless chicken. Mr. Innocent Dabura. I quote him on that run out there. 2 wickets for 1 run. The scoreboard looking like a football total. 1 for 2. Coming into the stumps this time, once again, batter just keeps it on the ground.
And Irakoze is coming in to give a hand. How many and for how long can she stay there and contribute? Because Charity now giving away runs, giving away extras.
As safe as a bank, Uimanzikera defends that solidly.
Kayla, you've got to variate your lengths big time. Imagine bowling to KC and bowling to Kayla. Definitely the lengths won't be the same unless you want to make it a short ball. Keira, I've seen her playing short balls, cut short, anything short and wide. She will try and throw her hands and get something.
Yeah, and that particular delivery, you could see she was far, far away from the delivery, far away from the line. In the air, catch it is a call, and catch will be taken. Third wicket goes down, easy as you like it. Familiar Margaret takes that easy pickings, plucks it through thin air.
For as long as you young team, again, you won't be seeing yourself looking for those boundaries. And for as long as you need growth, you've got to make sure that you just do the simple things right. The simple things will be try and rotate the strike, try and play as many overs as you can.
Yeah, a very, very harsh welcome to the Indatwa maidens in their maiden outing with the bat in hand. Plenty of work left for them to do. With the bat in hand, they're losing wickets at a scary, scary rate at the moment. 4 runs, 3 wickets. Just 2 overs being completed here. Moringa Sonia has picked 1 wicket, has given away just 4 runs that you see on the board. No sort of formation seems to be available here for Team Indatwa. There seems to be a panic, there seems to be a collapse, and we've seen plenty of collapses happen in the past, but as a debuted, as a new team, very, very far away from the line on offer. Vimenimana Marie keeping it wide off stump. Should be targeting the stumps, looking at the batters she's bowling to. And she always gets played well when she bowls fuller. But when she happens to bowl on that good 3/4 length around middle stump where it shapes back onto the off stump, that is a beautiful delivery. We've seen it in the morning game. It's got a very beautiful outswing delivery. That is the cutter that comes with the fingers rolling on top of the seam. It's good to see her having variations. Senior member, captain of the women's national side. In recent times, she's gained very good control of the outswinging deliveries. Bibinyimana Marie.
And a 5 for 3 is what the scoreboard is reading. And you can see still hanging around, trying to sneak in some runs, but the fielders denies.
Yeah, with 100 deliveries to face and 89 runs on the board to score, chase. Still very, very possible. It's just that the flow of events here has been slowed down, almost as though we're playing a test match here, day 4. And it will all come down to the discipline of the bowlers. If they tend to bowl the length and line that they're bowling right now, they will have to bowl out full 20 overs. So it depends. Would you like to pick all the wickets and get the game over with, or would you like to bowl full 20 overs and get your 2 points? Because deliveries like that will not result and not sound right after you've given away only 6 runs for 3 wickets. Hirakoze Kesi having her struggles there. 10 deliveries, 2 runs.
And yeah, you've got to learn the hard way. And as such deliveries, just straight, full and straight, then you will be right on the money. Offering width. And someone like Diane, again, if you're bowling it straight, swinging, going away from the batter, all those cutters, again, will be very, very crucial. Now, bowling a maiden, even not a maidens, they will be happy for that.
Yeah, and early on, we had this discussion talking about Vumilia Margaret, the way she operates with the lower end batters, not providing them with any pace and allowing them to commit to mistakes by bowling really slow and landing it in the right areas. As you see right now, they're just opening the face of the bat, trying to use the bowler's pace, not putting any energy behind their shots. So if Captain Dian was to bring in Vumilia Margaret at this particular point in time, it would be interesting to see, because she will be bowling and targeting the stumps, but looping the deliveries, trying to urge the batters to go hard at her. Four overs done. It's 6 for the loss of 3. At the scenic, beautiful, scenic Gahanga. There we have it. Table toppers. Shimmer Giselle leading both columns there. Boundaries and maximums. 155 boundaries have been struck in this RCA Women's T20 Cup 2026, and 14 maximums, of which 4 are under the name of Shimwe Giselle, who plays for Indakwa Hampshire Cricket Club. Shimemana Rosette comes to begin her spell from the road end. Spin being introduced. This is what I was talking about. Cutting off the pace and providing slow deliveries, but with disciplined line and length. I could smell an LBW coming in this over. That was a sharp turn. From far, far away. Look at where she pitched it. Barely got off the ground. Ooh, beautiful delivery that. Lots of bite, lots of turn on offer. I can't believe how she missed the off stump there. Was so close to it. And Muhire just swinging across the line of the deliveries. That will be a wide. There's still a very single there. As you can see, she's just dragging her outside the crease with that sort of length. And Irakoze Flora very, very ready to take the bails off. Yeah, like pinball, rollerball, then playing the electric plus. So everything comes with a one like
Mohide Ornella being on strike. And base on, but goes down the leg for a wide. And the total getting into the two figures. 10 for 3. and for sure this will never be good enough. And the asking rate is only 5, not that big, but the current is only 1.5. False start from Hanifa Kamusoni. More and extras coming in. Again, gifting runs to the opponent. It's a charity doing charity on the other side now. Having ball deliveries, but 2 of them are legal. And another one. Another wide. 6 deliveries. 4 of them are wide. Still 4 more legal deliveries to come. And Ornella and Casey will not get tired, because the beauty of this game is as you are growing up. And nicely played, pulled nicely. In the deep finds Sandrine Izawayo for just a single. As you keep coming through the game, the only thing that will make you very, very happy will be spending time in the middle. And another single taken. Such a good one, opening the blade, making sure that the placement will be enough to allow them to get a single. And this is when you know that you're not doing justice for the team. When you pull a legal delivery and the whole team claps. And one more delivery to complete the over. Again, another wide. 6 in the over so far. And having pulled the very first over that went for only 3. Not even 3, but 1 run. And the second over have gone for 8 so far, including 6 wide. And finally, the long-waited over comes to an end. And it is 6 overs down. The power play done. 16 for 3.
losing 3 wickets in the power play there. Team Indatwa, and only 16 runs coming off it. 17 deliveries Irako Zekesi has played. Not quite sure what she's trying to prove out in the middle. "78 in 84 balls. Shimomana Rosette comes back into the attack from the road end and managed to pick up a single off the very first delivery there. I believe these are the times when experienced campaigners like Shimomana Rosette and all should be taking this opportunity to pick up some quick wickets here and bring in their bowling performances a bit higher. Plays it on to the leg side this time. Another single. And wide it is. This time, extras being provided by Shimomana Rosette and team. This time, fumble by the fielder. Nearly gets them a boundary there. But they've got to run them hard, and they run hard for 2. Yeah, plenty of work left for the youngsters to do here, and will only help them gain some confidence in terms of performance and facing tougher rivals, tougher opponents. Flighted delivery. It's getting difficult. Difficult even for the commentators. Running out of words. As there's a drought of runs, there's drought of words as well. Of what to mention and what to say, because it's moving extremely slow. There we go. Infrastructure. That's what we can be talking about. As our cameramen love the shiny, silvery building we've got here at Gahanga. I'll tell you this funny thing. Back in the days, my friends used to make these jokes about development. So when they came to Kigali, okay, and back in the days, City Plaza being one of the shiny buildings in town, apparently people used to come from the villages just to see that building. Mind you, at that time, it was the tallest building in Rwanda with 5 floors. And it was such a monumental sight to see shiny blue windows back in the days. But Rwanda right now is developing at extraordinary pace. Cleanest city of Africa. Secure, safe, friendly.
And that tells you a thing or two about how long you've been around. You've been around for so many years.
I've been around here for 28 years now. Personally, 28. My family's been around over 50 years in Rwanda. And being part of the reason where cricket in Rwanda started, having a very big hand in the beginning, you know, the founding members of Rwanda Cricket Association and Rwanda Cricket being my family members, my uncles, my dad, all playing cricket in the early stages of the game here, where it initially started at a factory in a region called Mulindi, just after Kanombe. So it used to be a pharmaceutical factory. That is where the weekend entertainment used to take place from. My uncle used to most often play with their staff. And then came Mr. Charles Harbour, who was a common friend. So he asked my uncle if they can have a game of cricket together with his team, who used to be students at Butare University. So that is when they combined, and the lovely game of cricket just folded and folded and folded over and over.
You've got what it takes now to be a local, and what it takes for you to be speaking Kinyarwanda freely.
Well, I do speak freely. It depends on who I'm speaking with.
But everyone does speak, so you definitely need to engage yourself even more.
Is the funny side of languages here in Kigali. There are times when I greet someone in Kinyarwanda, and then they end up greeting me in English, and I wonder why. Like they're surprised. They cannot believe that I've just greeted them in their own language.
That's why you've got to try it out now, because even here at the ground,
Yeah, all my clients are very happy. Ooh, beating the outside edge there. Yeah, so plenty of history, and that is why the delay. I've seen the growth of Rwanda, and brings me immense joy when I see youngsters taking on the game. I see the growth of the game. I see the facilities being on offer, and how much contribution has been put in by individuals. It's a delight to watch. To a point that we're hosting ICC tournaments, major ICC tournaments. We're hosting big tournaments coming our way. It's excellent to watch. We've got 2 Guinness World Record holders through the game of cricket, Miss Katia and Eric Usigizimana. And we're very proud to have them by our side. got world-class officials as well, working hard, trying to make their mark. Got umpires such as Mr. Christian, who's been traveling and also learning the game and the craft of umpiring the game fair and square. Mr. Gaston Nibizi also doing an excellent job. You know, we've got livelihood to the groundsmen around the game. The camera boys, the camera crew, the media boys and girls. And it gives a livelihood. It's not just a game, it's beyond that. Us commentators having a voice that spreads out, that reaches, be it Nigeria through the commentary done in Kwibuka, be it South Africa, be it Brazil. The fact that we just hosted a tournament, ICC tournament, and we had nations like the United States coming over. The tri-nations we had world number 23, Team Bahrain, joining us, you know. So the exposure and the development of the game, it's up to the management, it's up to people that put in hours and hours to secure this game. You can't be playing forever, but you can always contribute to the game in one way or the other. Because winning the game of cricket, you win the game of cricket not just one way. There are 1,000 ways of winning this game. The beauty of cricket is you keep winning at the game of cricket even after the game is done.
And for sure, well put together, Zaid. And yeah, not forgetting the coaches as well, who does immense job back there in the regions.
Yes, definitely. Speaking of the interior projects and how the youngsters, we've got to see school cricket being introduced and the hard work they do. Mr. Landry, our development manager, also putting in the hard work. The coaches, you, Mr. Matlani, and I can't name all the coaches, but every single coach is putting in the hard work. We've got the courses, we've got the coaching courses, got level 1, level 2 being approached by youngsters, which is a delight to watch. It just shows on that if you're not playing the game, at least you want to become an official and give to the game. What do you bring to the table? It's great to watch. And it's amazing, when you come to the nets, you find youngsters bowling with softballs, and then the story. I'll tell you a story. Back in the days when I used to play for my cricket club, Kigali Cricket Club, KCC, one of the oldest clubs before it got shut down. I used to play in the nets, and I used to see 3 youngsters back in the days who used to be such great buddies. Okay. And they all represented the national team a couple of years later. But at that point, they were just youngsters wandering around the cricket nets, and we used to tell them, hey, come over, try bowl some deliveries here. This is how you bowl, this is how you hold the bat, this is how you pick the line. Just a few words, gentle words, and a warm welcome to the game, basically. And the interest and the love for the game had to rise from there. And those 3 individuals turned out to be Orkide Tuisenge, top scorer for the national side. We've got Zapi Bimenyimana, who just played 101 games for the national side. Right? The other being Mitari Ivan, who played for the national side as well, most often, and nicknamed Uncle. So, fond memories, right? We've seen the youngsters get into the game. Cricket is indeed past the boundary ropes.
That itself is a big thing, having seen what has been going on until now, seeing the game growing from down there, seeing where it is now.
Yeah, I can literally give out the names. as Vermilion Margaret takes on this over. The man you see on your screens as the official, Mr. Evode Deimana, once the opening batsman for the men in blue. One of the earliest people, if not the first centurion for Team Rwanda. Evode Mutimana scored his century, scored and also bowled and defended 7 runs of the very first victory that Team Rwanda managed to secure. And now he's contributing to the game as the match official. Mr. Vicky Prajapati also contributing as match official, but he's been playing for the leagues, the domestic leagues. Is a very well-known name around the domestic league, playing for Indorua Cricket Club. So lots of stories around. You yourself, you used to play for a club back in the days, and then you chose the path to go into guidance and becoming a coach. Lots of intent, lots of sacrifice, lots of love for the game, the passion for the game that brings us all together. We're all united by the game, be it language, be it country, be it country. The game that brings us all together. And it's great to see how the cricket scene is so active nowadays. We get women's cricket, we get the under-19s rolling out, got the men's performing, Challenge League happening.
That there has never been a time when we have 2 national teams travel. The men, Botswana, now the under 19s in Uganda. Again, that's a positive.
Indeed, it's a positive because they will be traveling to Rwanda as well later on in August. Looking forward to that competition as well. It will be really nice to watch. And it's just the opportunity that the youngsters get provided. Oh, a direct hit there would have been great. But just the scene. We get to play at the IPRC Stadium. We get to play here at Gahanga, 2 fields here at Gahanga, well managed. Thankful for the IPRC management to provide us the facility there very openly. Got one at Nhare's private school. It's quite a journey from here, but yes, counted as a cricket field. And small steps, it's the droplets that turn into an ocean. So it's the generation of cricket. You could see the first generation of cricketers here in Rwanda being handy with the management at the moment, be it Mr. Charles Harbour, be it Mr. Emma, be it Mr. Stephen Musali, right? You get all the old timers putting up their hands in terms of giving back to the game. And with times to come, most likely you'll see our generation taking over and also being part of the management, as many are already. We get to see Madam Eric, Miss Sonia, Vice President of Rwanda Cricket. Lots of history behind that, the members, and it's like a big family. We get to know each other really well, and we run into each other regardless of where we run into each other. The language is cricket. The bond is cricket. So the game does give us a lot. In the air, around the corner there. Because if you think about it, not everybody that you interact with at Gahanga happens to be someone that you coach or someone that you play with. But one way or the other, you're interlinked because of the game. And the opportunities the game gives, like get to see someone like Enoch, done commentary with him, Mr. Eric Newmugaba, getting into commentary as well, you know, national team player, getting into the commentary box. Mr. Bob also being part of the commentary and the head of commentators. We've got the Guinness World Record holder coming into the commentary box, and Mr. Leonard, Mr. Landry, the development manager, yourself, Rosine Herrera, current national team player herself, and Emil Rukiriza. Plenty of names there, and it's really amazing to see such names showing up for different activities, not just with a bat or ball in hand. You know, it becomes almost monotonous when you get to see a player turning into a coach. But when you find a player turning into maybe the management side, or maybe the statistical side, or maybe the finance side, or into commentary, you know, it gives a different approach.
And yeah, we've had lots of those. We've got Baptiste, who is the national team analyst, and we've got the office admin, Damasen, also the former player, played for the under-19s back in the days. Baptiste, we most of the times tease him that retired young, but for sure it is. But
Well, it was for the best of him. He's enjoying his position right now as he sits in Botswana.
for sure, and yeah, he's giving back to the game, just as an analyst, making sure that he contributes. And there is a lot that
Not to forget, he does come in to pitch in part-time performance for Team Indorua.
yeah, he hasn't left for sure. He hasn't yet left fully. Again, yeah, there is a lot that this game can offer when you when you give the game, it gives you back, and the rewards are massive.
Oh, and it just reminded me not to put out one name, but our director himself, Mr. Parfait, the man
Mhm,
behind the media
exactly.
team,
Right.
also being a team member of Mr. Batiste, playing for Team Indorua.
And yeah, once a vice captain for the under-19,
Mm.
again, yeah, there is always a way to give back to the game. And I mean, he had done his part some days back. He still can do a lot, but for now, he's giving back to the game right where he is now, and he's doing it the best.
See on your screens there, beautiful landscape, lots of buildings under construction there. And this is the reason they call it the land of 1,000 hills. A hill after another hill, and plenty more. And this Rwanda Women's T20 League is going to be very important for the national team players as well, because the upcoming Kwibuka tournament is just around the corner. So if there is any position where you would like to try out something, these games are the ones that you should be targeting to experiment, try out something new, because the Kwibuka tournament, you're representing a nation. Everything you've got has to be on point. She gets knocked over. That will be wicket number 4. Nirandorimana picks up her first wicket. Another wicket bites the dust. Wicket number 5. They're falling in quick succession. Second wicket of the over to Nirandorimana. Straight delivery, and she plays across, pays the price, stays low on her. No lessons learned. Score reads 43 for the loss of 5 now. Final delivery of the 13th over coming in. Daisaba Esther couldn't do much with the bat in hand. She's got to depart for a duck. plays that off the back foot, but ball happens to be finding more fielders more often than the gaps. Agahozo Keza, the bowler who picked up the wickets, now with the bat in hand, yet to get off the mark. 4 deliveries she's faced, nothing coming her way. 45 runs, 5 wickets down. 14 overs of play have gone by. From the looks of it, seemed like a team that will be playing full 20 overs. And the graph right there just showing you a parallel graph. 2 lines moving identical fashion, but one above the other, and never showing any interest to catch on to the yellow one.
And look at KC has stuck there for so long, and now 38 deliveries faced. This one as well to make it 39. And more will be coming because they will be happy doing this, because the longer you stay in there, the longer you keep working on your skill, on your game. And I'm sure they've been told to do that because it teaches you a lot.
I'll tell you, Irakos and Casey has got such a scarecrow strategy. By what I mean by that is, have a look at her stance. Very aggressive, as though she's going to smack it out of the park, and then very gently just puts it on the ground. I've seen that for the past 41 deliveries that she's been at the crease. Look at the stance. Very aggressive, very robotic, high bat lift, ready to smash the ball. And boom. No connection. Right there. Getting a shoulder off the bat just to rotate the strike. 49 for the loss of 5. Dropping and running to whom? I wonder. She's got a bright smile on her face. Luckily, she sees the funny side of it. For a moment, it looked like she was running into the fielder. Look at that. Give it all the wings, all the flight you could. 16 overs completed, 49 for the loss of 5.
And for the first time, KC trying to swing the bat right at the back end. But again, how well can you do that?
Yeah, in the past we were talking about a couple of names connected to Cricket Rwanda. Adeline, your personal life as well, you know, converting into a coach from being a player, being a bowler, I remember, to being a batsman, to being a bowling all-rounder, and then chapter in your life, you got married, you had lots of cricketers at your marriage, at your wedding. So much happening.
I'm telling you, there is so much going on. But again, when you look at it, you will say in one word, a growth. And that's what you will be looking forward to on a daily basis in our normal life. So it's you've got to grow in all corners of life, by all means.
And I feel the current range of players are lucky enough that they can go back to these games, these videos, 4, 5 years, 10 years down the line and look back at their game as to what they used to do. If we're talking about the current games that they're playing, let's say in the future, 10 years from now, someone like Irako Zekesi is looking back at her performance, scoring 15 of 47 deliveries. Not quite sure how she would receive it, but she would have a smile on her face, right? And it's something that we're not going to have. If you're going to see a couple of videos, I believe it would be priceless for you to see yourself from 10 years ago when you used to bowl or bat, videos of yourself doing that.
And something good that now these young players are playing this game when there is social media, there is live streaming. You you could get home and rewatch the game that you just played on that very same day, and imagine 10 years to come, 10 years down the road, will be.
The finger has been raised, the dive came in late, and another wicket goes down. Agahozo Keza called no to her partner Irako Zekesi, and her marathon run comes to an end. She wanted to push for a very hard single and then turned away. She was denied that single, and she was running sideways. Had she come straight to the crease, she would have made it. But for some reason, she started going adjacent to the popping crease. Easy decision in the end. Yeah, you spoke about social media. You can be posting this as a direct hit, a bullseye. Excellent work there by the fielder. Hitting the target when needed the most. 48 deliveries Irako Zekesi played. Got run out for 15 runs.
48 balls. That is 8 overs.
All to herself for 15 runs.
But again, massive, as in kept the game going, tried to, to push some overs.
That is less than 2 runs per over. Not something you should be proud of in a limited format, whichever way you see it. And definitely not something that you're going to be posting about on social media. In the air, gets taken, plucked like a ripe apple from the apple tree. Back-to-back wickets. Give it that length on offer and just hard hands scooping it in the air. No conviction behind that shot. Coat that covers. 7 wickets down now. 53 for the loss of 7 after 17 overs of play.
Knocks her over, and that's what Maidens losing another. Now 8 wickets down. Irandorimana Pacific through the gates, and Ineza Maholo Clarissa is gone. 53 for 8. It is over number 17, 17.1. And now losing wickets in clusters. Wicket after wicket. With Nyirandorimana Pacific making sure that she bowls straight. And two straight, you miss a hit is the statement. With 5 more deliveries to come, can she get more? Because they only need 2 wickets to win. And 41 more runs needed from 17 balls. Not seeing anyone in the batting order now who will come in and push some runs, hit some boundaries, because that is what they need now, right now. Pacific, 2 straight, and not interested in running, not interested in getting off the mark, because that was an easy single. That will be another Iratabara, shipping that into the skies. And Margaret Vumilia takes that one comfortably to make it 9 wickets. And Nyirandorimana Pacific gets her 4th wicket, as she had conceded 8 runs in 3.3 overs. 3 more deliveries to complete her spell. A good one. Can she earn herself a fiver? It is the last wicket. Ujeneza Kevin. And can she finish off with maiden 2 wickets or 3 wickets or concede some runs? This time around, finishes things off with a wicket. Cleans her over as she claims her fifer. 5 wickets on her name. Look at this over. Bowling 2 straight, moves away from the line of the ball. And the timbers were scattered. And that will be it for Ndato Maidens. Finishing on 53 all out in 17.5 overs. And Charity Cricket Club winning the game massively and convincingly. Scorecard: Shingem Furakazi Soleil, Tesire contributing nothing. Because you can see pushing so many overs, playing 8 overs alone, 15 of 48 deliveries. Of Nella, 13 of 30 deliveries, pushed again. Akauzo Keza on net 3, and in an inning with no boundary whatsoever, and 21 extras bowled, not disciplined. The bowling department gave away so many extras. And Menyimana Maridian 1 wicket with that economy of 0.67, conceded 2 runs in her 3 overs. Sonia conceding 10, picking up 2 wickets, 3 overs. Emilia Margaret wicketless. And look at the summary. Flora up the order, 21 of 28. Sonia as well, 12 of 15. 10 of 8 was Margaret. And the pick of the bowlers, 5 for 8 runs in 3.5 overs. Massive. And Charity winning by 40 runs. And that was it this afternoon. And it was so nice to be with you all wherever you're watching from. And it was a long weekend, playing Saturday, Sunday. And now that will be it, as you hold on tight for the post-match presentation that will be presented by Zaid Khan.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody once again here at Gahanga for the post-match presentations for this game this afternoon between Team Charity and Indatwa Maidens. I would like to call upon the winning captain, Bimenyimana Dian, for winning this competition by 40 runs. Dian? Congratulations for winning this game this afternoon. What would you like to say about the turn of events here?
Thank you. Even though we won this game, the kind of the game we displayed, there wasn't like any producing. It's just we met with a coming team, but the way we played wasn't really producing. The bowling was totally rubbish, but it's something we need to go and work on.
Any remarks on your players? Any message you'd like to send to them for the future games?
It's just to make sure that everything they do, they show up, they like the good intent and the attitude.
Playing with the youngsters here, any messages to the young team?
They really played well. The way they played, they showed that they can hit that ball, and it's something that every youngster should be like have that confidence that I'm playing such a like bigger names, but I have to go there and show up what I can do.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. And now from Team Indatwa, the captain, Wimanzi Kera. Kera, tough time out there. What would you like to say about your performance? Any message to your teammates?
What?
Any message for your team?
Message is what?
A message to the team is to do better, and let's hope you do better with your team for the very next time. Congratulations and keep trying. So that was the captain of Team Indatwa, the youngster. She's still shy and short of words, but yeah, to present the player of the match, I would like to call upon the match official. Player of the match goes to Pacific Nirandorimana for her 5 wickets that she picked, giving away just 8 runs. Yeah, I would like to have a word with Pacific for her player of the match award. Congratulations for your performance. What would you like to say about your performance today?
Thanks. My performance, we have advice from captain, and I look at the weakness of batter, then to go according to the weakness of batter.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. There was Pacific Nirandorimana, the player of the match of this game, picking up 5 wickets. Excellent performance by her. Thank you very much for joining us. Do catch us next weekend.